Chapter 461, Daoist Priest China, Zhejiang Province, Wenzhou City, Beijing Street. Chapter 461, Daoist Priest China, Zhejiang Province, Wenzhou City, Beijing Street. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. For example, let's take Northern River's loose cultivator. Northern River is his real Dao name, while the loose cultivator is just a title. It's not different than a Mr. or a Miss. Once he advances to the 6th stage, he would change it to True Monarch Northern River. It's the same for the other fellow Taoists. Profound Principle, Snow Wolf, Copper Trigram, and Tian Qiankong are their Dao names, while Great Master, Cave Lord, Immortal Master, and Island Master their titles. Amongst the names you mentioned earlier, only fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless Mad Saber has a 4-word Dao name. Venerable White gently clapped his hands while speaking and said, if you really want a 4-word Dao name, you can just follow in fellow Thrice Reckless footsteps. For example, how about Thrice Song Tyrannical Saber? This Dao name really seems to suit you. No, absolutely not. Song Shuhang shouted. He absolutely didn't want such a vulgar and crude Dao name. No way, nope. At the very least, he wanted a refined and elegant Dao name. Song Shuhang was a university student that loved literature. If placed in ancient times, he would be a distinguished scholar. Therefore, he absolutely didn't want to have a Dao name that reminded him of a bandit wielding the saber. Ha ha! Venerable White laughed and stretched his hand out, putting several bayberries in his mouth, his expression satisfied. Pew, 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 pew. Afterward, Venerable White also added, actually, I don't think that 4-word Dao names are that good. I feel that 1-word Dao names are the best. It's very easy to remember them. For example, Venerable White's Dao name had only 1 word in it, white. Extremely simple, just like a white sheet of paper. But if he had to take a 1-word Dao name? Song Shuhang pondered. A 1-word name. Scholar? Sword? True Monarch Scholar? True Monarch Sword? For some reason, they also sound quite good. Venerable White. Senior White sighed and said, little friend Song Shuhang, you are someone that has grown up while receiving the influence of the internet and thus have a vast knowledge. But how come the size of your vocabulary is unexpectedly so small? Is it possible that you can't think of anything else that is not related to scholars or swords? Song Shuhang replied, after pondering for a moment, I came to the conclusion that these 2 words are the ones that conform the most to my ideal image of a cultivator. Venerable White shook his head and said, if you really can't think of a good Dao name, you might as well just use Thrice Song Tyrannical Saber. No, absolutely not. Senior White, this Dao name is the only one I won't ever use. Song Shuhang called out, he didn't want to turn into a second Senior Thrice Reckless. It was such a death-seeking behavior. Perhaps because Song Shuhang shouted too loudly, the faraway seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group turned their heads toward him. Fairy Dongfang lightly stepped on the water and came over. A Dao name? Is little friend Shuhang looking for a Dao name? Although she was merely stepping on the water when it was Fairy Dongfang doing it, it was as pleasing as seeing a dance. Song Shuhang nodded and said, yes. I always thought that Stressed by a Mountain of Books was your Dao name. It seems it wasn't the case. Fairy Dongfang said with a smile. That was just my online username and nothing more. Song Shuhang said powerlessly. All the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group had memorized the name Stressed by a Mountain of Books. Such being the case, wouldn't they keep calling him like that even after he had chosen a Dao name? No, I can't let that happen. I have to choose a Dao name as soon as possible. I have to settle this matter by the end of the day. Northern River's loose cultivator also calmly came over and said with a smile, little friend Shuhang, which type of Dao name do you want to use? There are different types of Dao names? Song Shuhang replied in puzzlement. While I was bored and had nothing to do, I categorized all the Dao names I could think of, Northern River's loose cultivator said with a smile. In the 9 provinces #1 group, Northern River's loose cultivator was the always online holy warrior and would always be the first one to reply to whatever question his fellow Taoists asked. He was the same in real life, always in the front line to reply to others as soon as possible. Song Shuhang humbly asked for advice. Senior Northern River, do tell. Venerable White and Fairy Dongfang also curiously looked at Northern River's loose cultivator. Northern River's loose cultivator started his captivating explanation. Such being the case, I'll quickly introduce to you all the types of Dao names. Along with the times advancing, Dao names aren't as inflexible as they used to be in the past, and there aren't that many rules and conventions anymore. Now, let's talk about the first category of Dao names. The Dao names belonging to this category can be summed up as place-related Dao names. In this case, cultivators that are the masters of a certain place, or just practice there, will directly use the name of the place as their Dao name. Song Shuhang's brain quickly operated, and he replied immediately, like Senior Yellow Mountain? Northern River's loose cultivator nodded and said, exactly. Senior Yellow Mountain has a Dao name of this type. Other similar Dao names are Sword Immortal Glorious Mountain, Scholar Cave Lake, True Monarch Dragon God Island, and so on. Actually, my own Dao name also belongs to this category. The Dao names of this category seem rather simple. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment. If he had to use the name of a place as a Dao name, in that case, my Dao name should be something like Daoist Priest Wenju, Scholar Wenju, Cultivator Wenju, and so on. But all of them sounded rather strange. If you want to use the name of a place, you don't have to limit yourself to Wenju. You can use the name of a village, a mountain, a river, or a well as your Dao name. If you wish, you can even choose bigger places such as cities and provinces. You don't have any limitation whatsoever, Northern River's loose cultivator said. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and said, in other words, I can call myself Daoist Priest China, Scholar Zhejiang, Wenshu's loose cultivator, or reducing the scale even further, Daoist Priest Baijing Street. Pew, 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 pew tilde a Venerable White. Venerable White couldn't help but crack a joke. At this point, you might as well call yourself Daoist Priest China, Zhejiang Province, Wenju City, Baijing Street. Fairy Dongfang. Northern River's loose cultivator. A certain monster named Phoenix Slayer that just regained his senses. Song Shuhang quickly said, Senior White, please stop joking. I'm not applying for a residence permit. Moreover, this Dao name sounds very strange if read all together. If I use this Dao name while introducing myself to someone else, it wouldn't even feel as though I was telling them my Dao name but my mailing address instead. Fairy Dongfang held her chin and said, actually, I don't think that it's too bad. It would feel rather intimidating to shout aloud a long Dao name such as a Daoist Priest China, Zhejiang Province, Wenju City, Baijing Street. Moreover, if you need to receive an express delivery, you can just write down your Dao name instead of your given name and address. No, absolutely not. Song Shuhang said firmly. Little friend Song Shuhang is really picky, Venerable White said. It's not me being picky. I just don't want a mailing address type Dao name. Cough. In that case, let me introduce the second category of Dao names, Northern River's loose cultivator continued. The second category of Dao names consists in cultivators using their special skills as Dao names. Such Dao names are rather popular nowadays. For example, 7 Lives Talisman, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Medicine Master, and even that Shady Fortune Teller all have a Dao name of this type. If they excelled in the field of talismans, they used talismans as their Dao name. If they excelled in saber techniques, they used saber as their Dao name, and so on. They basically used what they were good at as their Dao name. After hearing this much, Song Shuhang fell into deep contemplation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 62, a week has 7 days. Chapter for 62, a week has 7 days. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. A Dao name based on one's special skills? Now, the problem was, what were Song Shuhang's special skills or strong points? If someone asked him this question a year ago, Song Shuhang would have replied that his strong point was reading books, and as for his hobby, it was still reading books. But if the other party replied that squatting in the corner of a bookstore and reading books wasn't really a special skill, Song Shuhang would have replied that his specialty were ball games. Before getting admitted to Jiangnan's University, Song Shuhang was pretty good with sports, and ball games could be more or less considered his specialty. Of course, he couldn't use such a special skill as his Dao name. Daoist priest basketball, immortal master basketball, and so on would make the opposite party laugh aloud. Therefore, these special skills had to be cultivation-related. In that case, what were his special skills when it came to cultivation? Song Shuhang started to recall the things he had experienced in these 2 months as a cultivator. Even if it was a period of only 2 months, he experienced a lot of incredible things. The things he experienced in mere 2 months were enough to produce a TV series of at least 30 episodes. Song Shuhang held his chin and pondered. He once used an induction cooker to refine some body tempering liquid, but was that even a special skill? As for the cultivation aspect, it seemed that the speed he was advancing at was very fast. However, it happened only because he was together with the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group and had many fortuitous encounters along the way that made his strength rise sharply. Therefore, advancing in realm wasn't really his personal special skill. His luck was just better than others. Such being the case, should he call himself Daoist priest good luck? But that was improper as well. After all, how could he compare to Senior White when it came to luck? Using this Dao name would be like showing off his meager skills in front of an expert. If none of these could be treated as special skills, he had only his cultivation techniques left. After thinking this much, Song Shuhang muttered, if we take into consideration my cultivation techniques. I know a fist technique, a saber technique, a movement technique, and the cultivation technique of the 33 Divine Beast sect. After hearing Song Shuhang's words, Venerable White's eyes suddenly lit up. You want to use your cultivation techniques for the special skills category Dao name? Right now, you have mastered only the flaming saber technique and the basic Buddhist fist technique. Therefore the Dao name that suits you the most is precisely Thrice Song Tyrannical Saber, or perhaps Thrice Song Buddhist Fist. This one isn't bad either. Why does this Thrice Song have to be included each time? Song Shuhang felt helpless about the number 3. For example, Song Eldest or Song 1 were much better. After all, he was an only child and didn't have an elder brother or a younger sister. It's a good question, little friend Song Shuhang. Right at this time, a baboon suddenly appeared behind Song Shuhang, issuing a pleased laughter. It was Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. You asked why the number 3 has to be included each time? Because there is a big secret behind it. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said complacently. Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity, a big secret? But right after asking the question, he somewhat regretted it. He had a bad premonition that the answer Senior Thrice Reckless was going to give him wasn't something he would like. This can be considered my biggest secret. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber snapped his fingers and said, since I seek death from time to time without even noticing it, the number 3 is a reminder to myself. A reminder? So, Senior Thrice Reckless is actually aware that he frequently seeks death? Song Shuhang had always thought that Thrice Reckless Mad Saber wasn't even one bit aware of it. But such being the case, wasn't he knowingly seeking death? It was like knowingly violating the law. He was doubly guilty. It's a reminder that you can't make the same mistake more than 3 times. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said earnestly. As long as you don't continuously seek death on the same topic of conversation for more than 3 times, it doesn't count as seeking death. F***ck, there is actually such a theory? Song Shuhang felt as though he had just learned something quite insightful. But right at this time, a grave and lofty voice interrupted them. He. Fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless, you repeatedly posed as me while in the form of a baboon and ruined my reputation, but since you thought you had yet to surpass the 3 times, you felt particularly daring, didn't you? The voice belonged to Su Clan 7. Just from listening to his voice, one could tell that he was furious. Thrice reckless Mad Saber got a scare. He quickly turned his head around just to see Scholar Drunken XXX's smiling face. Scholar Drunken XXX had a mobile phone in his hand with the speakerphone on. Su Clan 7 angry roar was transmitted from the other end. "I'll kill you, thrice reckless. Wait until I finish my current business, and I'll have a face-to-face meeting with you and the disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect." After the roar, the sound of Su Clan 7 hanging up was transmitted from the other end. Scholar Drunken XXX faintly smiled and said, "Hee, I was just talking to fellow 7 on the phone about a transaction, and he just happened to hear your words." He. After smiling, Scholar Drunken XXX lightly jumped and left Tilda. Thrice reckless Mad Saber was speechless. "This is bad. I unknowingly offended fellow Daoist 7 more than 3 times. I'm done for. Senior, from the looks of it, the number 3 in your Dao name isn't that much of a help." Song Shuhang ridiculed in his heart. It seemed that a Dao name based on the special skills wasn't suited to Song Shuhang either. Snowflake hash. Cough. Northern River's loose cultivator had keen senses. He also felt that a Dao name based on special skills wasn't too suitable for little friend Song Shuhang. Thereupon, he started introducing the other categories of Dao names. Except for place and special skills-related Dao names, there are fellow Daoists that decided to use their ancient or divine beast's bloodline as their Dao names. The Dao names True Monarch White Crane and Cave Lord Snowwolf both belong to this category. However, I feel that the Dao names of this category aren't that suited to little friend Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang nodded. He was a mere human, or at least he should be. Therefore, Dao names related to the bloodlines were not suited to him. Aside from these, there are a stream of consciousness Dao names as well. Northern River's loose cultivator said with a smile. "Stream of consciousness?" Song Shuhang repeated the name aloud. Perhaps these stream of consciousness Dao names might be suited to him. This category of Dao names puts importance on things such as frame of mind, objectives, ambitions, and so on. In short, those type of things you can't describe with mere words, Northern River's loose cultivator said. Song Shuhang said, "Are there seniors in the group with this type of Dao name?" "Of course. For example, Great Master Profound Principles Dao name belongs to this category. Actually, no. In his case, it should be Dharma name. After all, he is a Buddhist cultivator. Anyway, his Dharma name belongs to this category, and the way of Buddhism is also somewhat related to the concept of contemplation," Northern River's loose cultivator kept explaining. Moreover, even fellow Daoist Dharma King Creation, who is another Buddhist disciple, has a Dharma name of this category. Previously, the Dao names of Daoist schools were also close to this concept. For example, Dao names such as Pure, Pure Yang, Pure Yin, Inaction, and so on were quite popular hundreds of years ago. All of them belong to the stream of consciousness category of Dao names. However, people with this type of Dao name have sharply decreased in the last years. That was it. Song Shuhang waved his hand. This was the feeling. "I've decided. I want a Dao name of this type," Song Shuhang said. It seems that little friend Shuhang likes this type of Dao name. Alright, it's normal for youngsters to like Dao names that carry a hint of mystery within them. Little friend Shuhang, do you already have something in mind? Northern River's loose cultivator said with a smile. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and said, "How about something auspicious like Scholar Peace?" Northern River's loose cultivator. Venerable White. Thrice reckless Mad Saber. Young Master Phoenix Slayer. Fairy Dongfang. Scholar Peace isn't good? Song Shuhang asked cautiously. Fairy Dongfang faintly smiled and said, "If you can't come up with anything better than Scholar Peace, you might as well keep using Stressed by a Mountain of Books. At least it gives off a scholarly vibe when someone hears it." All right. Song Shuhang felt that he had no innate talent when it came to choosing a Dao name. "In that case, can I ask you seniors to help me look for a suitable Dao name?" There were so many seniors on the scene, and it was impossible that all of them would come up with stuff of the level of a Daoist priest sweet potato, right? If they could come up with 2 or 3 decent Dao names, he could choose from them. With that, he could finally solve this problem about his Dao name. After thinking this much, Song Shuhang immediately gave us likes to himself for being so quick-witted. It's a good idea. I'll note the names down for little friend Shuhang. Northern River's loose cultivator enthusiastically took out a notebook. At the same time, he went into the 9 Provinces #1 group and sent a message. Calling to arms all fellow Taoists. If you are online and have nothing to do, you can bring into full play your imagination and think of a suitable Dao name for little friend Song Shuhang. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Thrice Song Tyrannical Saber can't miss, right? Oh wait, it should be Tyrannical Saber Song 1 now, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang had a strong urge to object. But Northern River's loose cultivator had already taken his pen, starting to write. He added the Dao name Tyrannical Saber Song 1 to the notebook and wrote Venerable White's name next to it. Actually, I feel that the Dao name Thrice Song Buddhist Fist that Venerable White came up with earlier wasn't half bad, it felt very manly. That Thrice Song in the front can be changed too. How about Young Master Buddhist Fist? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber suggested. It's not bad. Although only 2 words were changed, it got much better. Northern River's loose cultivator quickly wrote the Dao name Young Master Buddhist Fist on the notebook and added Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's name next to it. I'll also suggest something then. I feel that a Daoist priest China, Zhejiang Province, Wenju City, Beijing Street was rather amusing. However, we can change a few parts. Wenju City, Beijing Street's Traveler, we can remove the first part and turn it into Beijing Street's Traveling Sabresman or Beijing Street's Loose Cultivator. They are both pretty good, Fairy Dongfang said. Song Shuhang's eyes immediately lit up. Finally a Dao name that sounded normal. Beijing Street's Loose Cultivator. I like this one. Beijing Street's Traveling Sabresman, I suppose? Loose Cultivator isn't nearly as much or inspiring. My Dao name is Northern River's Loose Cultivator, and I can assure you that it doesn't sound that overbearing when I introduce myself to other fellow Taoists, believe me. Northern River's Loose Cultivator said. After saying this much, he wrote on the notebook the Dao name of Beijing Street's Traveling Sabresman and added Fairy Dongfang's name next to it. Song Shuhang. At this time, Venerable White suggested, I feel that 1-word Dao names are also pretty good. If we disassemble the song character in little friend Song Shuhang's name and take into consideration only the wood part, we can obtain Daoist Priest Wood, which isn't bad, either. Alright, I'll note it down. Northern River's loose cultivator wrote down on the notebook the Dao name Daoist Priest Wood. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Since Northern River's loose cultivator sent a message in the 9 Provinces #1 group earlier, many fellow Taoists rushed over to join in the fun. If we have to choose a Dao name, shouldn't we choose it according to the cultivator's appearance and the vibe they are giving off? After taking a look at little friend Song Shuhang's current appearance, and taking into consideration his virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, I recommend the Dao name Godly Saber Virtuous Buddhist. Oh, wait a moment, it sounds strange if read aloud. How about changing it into a Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman? Dharma King Creation popped out of nowhere and said, Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman? Not bad, I'll note it down. Northern River's loose cultivator quickly wrote the Dao name down. Brother Creation, you made a mistake. Little friend Song Shuhang said that he wanted a Dao name of the stream of consciousness category. Therefore, if we take into consideration his appearance and the fact that he's using the saber and has good character, doesn't it remind one of the saying drop the butcher knife and become a Buddha instantly? Such being the case, how about Great Master Butcher Knife? True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple said from afar while coming over. Great Master Butcher Knife? Although it's a bit strange, I'll note it down. Northern River's loose cultivator nodded. Song Shuhang. How come the saying drop the butcher knife and become a Buddha instantly turned into Great Master Butcher Knife after being shortened? The meaning changed completely. Song Shuhang had started to wonder whether his brilliant idea had really been that brilliant. Actually, I've already long thought of a Dao name for Senior Song. I came up with a very good Dao name quite some time ago. Soft Feather quickly came over and said, Spirit Butterfly Island Scholar Mountain of Books, how does it sound? Northern River's Loose Cultivator was dumbfounded. Eh? Why did you add the title Spirit Butterfly Island? Is little friend Song Shuhang planning to join the Spirit Butterfly Island? No. At the time, when I thought of this Dao name, I was thinking of dragging Senior Song to the Spirit Butterfly Island. Anyway, I'll have to settle for Scholar Mountain of Books it seems. Soft Feather said with a regretful look on her face. Song Shuhang's eyes teared up. This Dao name was the most normal up until now. Northern River's Loose Cultivator swiped on his phone and said, the other fellow Daoists from the 9 Provinces #1 group also brought up a few Dao names. I'll choose the most normal-looking ones and write them down. The most normal-looking ones, in other words, the majority of the Dao names the seniors came up with aren't normal at all. Daoist Priest Stress, Scholarly Fist Monk, Path-Seeking Scholar, and Virtuous Cultivator. These four are the most normal, Northern River's Loose Cultivator continued. As for those fruit-related Dao names and those that didn't conform to little friend Song Shuhang characteristics, I removed them all. In that case, I guess you can go ahead and choose the Dao name you like the most? Northern River's Loose Cultivator passed the notebook full of names to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang took the notebook and shot a glance at the 11 Dao names on the page. Which one should I choose? Just as he was in deep thoughts, Song Shuhang felt his body sink downward, just like his online username stressed by a mountain of books implied. He was under huge pressure. This pressure came from the several seniors in front that were staring at him. Song Shuhang felt that he hadn't been quick-witted in the least this time. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. 5 minutes later. Song Shuhang stretched out the pen and quickly made a few check marks on the 11 Dao names. Finally, he picked 7 of the 11 Dao names. I've decided. Song Shuhang raised his head with a faint smile and said, these are my Dao names. These? Northern River's Loose Cultivator was dumbfounded. Yes, these 7 Dao names. Song Shuhang confirmed and said, it just so happens that a week has also 7 days. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 63, So Unlucky. Chapter for 63, So Unlucky. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. The first 2 Dao names that Song Shuhang checked were Beijing Street's Traveling Sabresman and Scholar Mountain of Books. Both were Dao names that conformed to Song Shuhang's tastes. As for Great Master Butcher Knife, it was the first one he deleted. What the hell is this Daoist Priest Stress, and this Daoist Priest Purple too? Delete, delete, delete. Young Master Buddhist Fist? A fusion between the fist of a Buddhist cultivator and a young master, so, a pretty face with a muscular and stout body? Delete, delete, delete. Aside from the 2 Dao names he had already chosen, there were 6 more left. Since he wanted 7 Dao names, he had to delete another one. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, Daoist Priest Wood, Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman, Scholarly Fist Monk, Path-Seeking Scholar, and Virtuous Cultivator. Amongst these 6, the Dao name Song Shuhang wanted to delete the most was Tyrannical Saber Song 1. However, it was a Dao name that Venerable White chose personally. After thinking for a moment, Song Shuhang decided to keep it. He had to give Senior White some face. If he didn't give Senior White face, and the latter was to get angry, that would simply be the end of his poor life. In the end, these 7 Dao names were only a temporary thing. Slowly, he would choose the most suitable one for him amongst them. Therefore, he would later find an excuse and remove the Dao name Tyrannical Saber Song 1. As for the remaining 5 Dao names, it was very easy which one to delete, either Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman or Scholarly Fist Monk. These 2 Dao names were too much of a style ruiner. But between the two, scholarly Fist Monk had the highest priority of getting deleted. What was that to Fist Monk thing? He didn't want to become a monk. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman, Tyrannical Sabre Song 1, Daoist Priest Wood, Bai Jing Street's Traveling Sabresman, Scholar Mountain of Books, Path-Seeking Scholar, and Virtuous Cultivator, a total of 7 Tao names. After putting them in order, he could use one Tao name for each day of the week. A week also happened to have 7 days. One Tao name for each day, and since a week had only 7 days, there would be no repetitions. Wasn't that amazing? If not for the fact that 365 Tao names were too difficult to remember, he would have picked a different Tao name for each day of the year. Today was July 21st, Sunday, late at night. There were still a few hours felt until morning. He decided that he would call himself Virtuous Cultivator for today, and after dawn, his new Tao name would change to Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman. As for the day after tomorrow, Tuesday, he would use Tyrannical Sabre Song 1. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After checking the 7 Tao names, Song Shuhang gently smiled and said, with these 7 Tao names, I can take turns and change Tao name every day. I can alternate between them throughout the whole week. Senior Song has 7 Tao names, so cool. Soft Feather said enviously. I've decided. Once I return home, I'll ask Father to give me several Tao names. But how many Tao names should I take? Should I take 7 Tao names like Senior Song? No, that's improper. It would make us look like lovers. So, 30 Tao names? One for each day of the month. Wait, there is another problem. Sometimes there are only 28 days in a month, and sometimes 31. In that case, I'll ask Father to give me 365 Tao names. I can use a new Tao name for each day of the year without repetitions. Perfect. I've decided. I want 365 Tao names. A different Tao name each day, and thus a brand new Soft Feather each day too. In a distant place, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, who was currently handling the last of matters regarding the hand-guided tractor competition, suddenly trembled. This was the super sixth sense of a venerable tingling. What kind of calamity was about to befall him? What a headache! Is this the work of that big Sea King? Is it planning to send the sea urchin warriors to make a surprise attack against the Spirit Butterfly Island? Look if I don't kill these stupid sea urchin warriors! Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Venerable White laughed and said, 7 Tao names that you can use by taking turns. Ha ha, only someone like little friend Song Shuhang that was never restricted by the rules of the world of cultivators could come up with something like this. However, I find it rather interesting. 7 Tao names? Northern River's loose cultivator was still dumbfounded. Little friend Shuhang, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Senior Northern River, don't worry. This is only a temporary thing. In the end, I'll only keep one of these 7 Tao names, and that Tao name will become the one I'll use in the future, Song Shuhang replied. Perhaps he would stumble upon an even better Tao name while deciding which one to keep. At the time, he could replace these 7 Tao names with that one. Anyway, it wasn't like Tao names couldn't be changed. Along with their strength increasing or due to the influence of other elements, powerful cultivators would sometimes change their Tao names. For example, Venerable Spirit Butterfly's Tao name wasn't Spirit Butterfly since the beginning. Only after he created his personal island, the Spirit Butterfly Island, did he change his Tao name to match it. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple also had a different Tao name 200 years ago. Only after inheriting the position of Temple Master of the Ancient Lake Temple did he inherit the Tao name. It was a tradition in their temple to pass down this Tao name. Thrice reckless Mad Saber held his chin and said, it's indeed an ingenious method. It seemed that he had recovered from the scare he got earlier when Su Clan 7 threatened to kill him. Right, after all, he was someone that was always in the foremost front line of the death-seeking camp. How could he even happily seek death if he didn't have the strength to adjust his mentality at fast speed? Anyway, little friend Shuhang, even if a Dao name is nothing but a name, it is secretly linked to the fate of a cultivator. Therefore, you shouldn't look down upon Dao names. Thrice reckless Mad Saber strangely gave a serious and useful advice. I know, Senior Thrice Reckless. I've never looked down upon Dao names. Song Shuhang closed the notebook and returned it to Northern River's loose cultivator. He had already noted down the 7 Dao names. It was precisely because he didn't look down upon Dao names that he wanted to change, stressed by a mountain of books. Northern River's loose cultivator received his notebook and said, "Ha ha, these words of Thrice Reckless came from his heart. His own Dao name is a mistake he learnt from. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber." The matter regarding Song Shuhang's Dao name finally came to an end. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Alright, now that the matter regarding little friend Shuhang's Dao name has been settled, let's go prepare the market where cultivators can carry out their transactions. Venerable White said happily as he waved his hand. But as soon as he finished speaking, he thought of a problem and asked, "Shuhang, what is your Dao name today?" "It's Sunday, so it's Virtuous Cultivator." Then, Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity, "Senior, you want to prepare that market to carry out transactions right now?" "Yes, it's a usual practice in the world of cultivators," Northern River's loose cultivator explained. Usually, cultivators live in secluded places all over the world, and it's not easy to get all together in the same place. Therefore, whenever large-scale events such as the flying sword competition and so on come to an end, cultivators would seize the opportunity and set up a street market where cultivators can carry out transactions. Senior Spirit Butterfly and Senior Tornado are already arranging the articles for the street market. So that was it, Song Shuhang said with a nod. Soon after, he shot a glance at the enthusiastic Venerable White and said, "Senior White, aren't you the organizer of this session of the hand-guided tractor competition? Shouldn't it be your duty to arrange the street market? Don't worry. Let's just leave the matter to fellow Daoist Spirit Butterfly and fellow Daoist Tornado. Moreover, fellow Daoist Tornado really likes these events where he can show off. As long as I show my face once the event has started, it's all good." Venerable White gave the thumbs up and also added, "Additionally, I've already made proper arrangements for all the things I had to do. Before calling everyone for the hand-guided tractor competition, I've requested several fellow Daoists specialized in inspecting treasures to come over here and oversee the event. At the time, if anyone thinks that their goods were not evaluated properly, they can request these fellow Daoists to appraise the goods for them. Of course, one cannot forget the appraisal fees." Venerable White's abilities as hands-off leader seemed to be top-notch. On the other hand, Venerable Tornado's abilities to bear the burden and the responsibility were also quite high. "Right, Shuhang, oh, wait. It's Virtuous Cultivator now. Anyway, look for me once the street market is open. I'll take you around for a stroll, increasing your knowledge as a cultivator." Then, Venerable White waved his hand and added, "I'll go to fellow Daoist Spirit Butterfly's place now and see at which time the street market will open." After saying this much, Venerable White happily left. "Ha ha, since it's a street market, it's time for Senior White to get a good harvest, right?" Whenever there is a similar event, Senior White always manages to find very good items. But everyone has become aware of it recently. As long as Venerable White is willing to buy something, that thing must be a valuable treasure. That's not necessarily true. His old acquaintances might know it, but there are always a lot of new people at each of these events. After making these funny remarks, the seniors left one after another, heading toward Venerable Tornado and Venerable Spirit Butterfly's position. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. A place where cultivators can carry out transactions. It seems a rather rare opportunity. Unfortunately, I don't have many things on hand that I can use to carry out transactions. I don't even have that many spirit stones, Song Shuhang said with a regretful look on his face. He was also planning to join in the fun and gain a deeper understanding of the world of cultivators. Now then, the finish line was close to the island where Senior Seven Lives Talisman was residing, right? Tubo, Youngda, and Gao Mumu should be still on the island, no? Such being the case, I'll go meet them first. Song Shuhang thought this much and stood up. After a short moment, Song Shuhang discovered that he was all alone in the open container of the hand-guided tractor. All around him was the boundless sea, and he couldn't see even the shadow of an island where the natives might live. The finish line of the hand-guided tractor competition was supposed to be close to Seven Lives Talisman's dwelling, but who knew how truly far was that close Venerable White and the others were talking about? By the way, seniors, couldn't you have given me a ride while you left? Do I really have to swim all the way to look for you? So unlucky. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. What a tragedy. On the island of the natives. It was almost dawn at this time. After studying hard for the whole day, the natives went to sleep very early. Lately, they started studying as soon as the sun rose and kept doing it until it went down. It was a fine routine. Gao Mumu was lying inside a small mud house and had his eyes wide open. He couldn't fall asleep. What a miserable life. Originally, he was supposed to go on a lovey-dovey summer vacation with his girlfriend, Yai. But in the end, it turned into a fearsome task to survive on this island full of savages. The ship that was supposed to take them away would arrive on the island only after 1 month. A month. Although I already timed the chapters on the back-end platform for authors so that they would be released automatically, there shouldn't be a lot of them left. If this keeps going on, there won't be any more releases. Gao Mumu muttered to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. A report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 64, Song Shuhang's Disciples and Followers. Chapter for 64, Song Shuhang's Disciples and Followers. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. It had been already more than a week since Gao Mumu and the others landed on the island. Summer vacation was only 2 months long, and if they really had to spend half of it on this island of savages, they felt like crying. If they wanted to leave this small island a bit earlier, there was only one way: help the master of the island, that rich Mr. wearing a windbreaker, and teach the natives the Analects of Confucius in its entirety. Under the leadership of the old professor, they used the most scientifically advanced and effective methods to teach the natives of the island, but even under these circumstances, they only managed to make them forget about the bad handwriting edition of the 3-character classic with great difficulty and teach them from scratch the correct Chinese language edition of the 3-character classic. Therefore, they had really no idea how long it would take them to teach the natives the Analects of Confucius. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After thinking this much, Gao Mumu sighed and said, "Rich people have strange ways to have fun." That man was rich and handsome, but instead of indulging in a life of luxury, he decided to come to this island in the middle of nowhere and teach the natives living here how to read and write Chinese. That man wearing a windbreaker must be bored to the point of death to do something like this, right? Someone ordinary like me can't comprehend how these rich people think. He felt that this year's summer vacation went to shit after he met the Juga siblings. So unlucky. Why did I end up with such a childhood friend and childhood sweetheart? Gao Mumu, male. A student of Jiangnan University's Mechanical Engineering course. Mechanical Design and Manufacturing Academy Department 19, Class 43. He wore glasses and was a little handsome. His financial situation was good. By the way, Gao Mumu 1 wasn't his nickname. It was a name belonging to the "we hate our child" category. His surname was Gao, and his name Mumu. Therefore, Gao Mumu was his real name. Gao Mumu had a secret wish in his heart. He wanted to go to the local police station and change his name right after graduating from university and finding a job, becoming thus economically independent from his father. He wanted to change his name at all costs. Additionally, he was the only life winner in Song Shuhang's dormitory. He had managed to get a girlfriend. Compared to the computer expert Li Yangda, the full of energy Lin Tubo, and the guy squatting in the bookstore, freeloading books for the whole afternoon, Song Shuhang, Gao Mumu was the only mature member of the dormitory. Therefore, he would frequently take on the responsibility to take care of his roommates. For example, when Song Shuhang got a cold 2 months ago and fell ill, it was Gao Mumu that reminded the others to buy medicine and get the gruel, dividing their jobs. However, this mature person and winner in life had a little secret that his roommates were unaware of. He was secretly writing web novels, and he had done so for many years. He started writing when he was in high school and unknowingly managed to gather a very loyal fan base. Unfortunately, he didn't have too much time to write since he was busy with his studies. Gao Mumu was a student with good grades. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been admitted to Jiangnan's University in the first place. Each day, he had very little time to write, and he was only able to write around 6,000 characters per day. Moreover, since Gao Mumu considered writing novels the same as writing a personal diary, he felt shy about his roommates knowing about it. Therefore, he never told them about this matter. He wrote cautiously, and as soon as he had the opportunity, he would write a little bit and stockpile chapters to guard against unforeseen events. Before leaving home for summer vacation, Gao Mumu had painstakingly saved up enough chapters so that they would last him for half a month. According to his original calculations, 2 chapters would be released each day at a fixed time. Moreover, if he could get his hands on computer and Wi-Fi during the trip, he could secretly write a few more chapters. There shouldn't have been any problems in keeping a steady release rate during summer vacation. But he didn't expect that things would go from bad to worse and the plane would crash. They unexpectedly ended up on an island with savages living on it. These savages were the native and only inhabitants of the island. Aside from the residents of that rich man wearing a windbreaker, there were no other places on the island with a computer, Wi-Fi, or the internet. Now, it seemed that he would have to stop the release of the novel for more than half a month. He started writing a new book during the last semester, and from the day the book was released up until now, he didn't ask for a leave and didn't miss a single release. But now, this record was about to be broken. Would the readers insult me for dropping the novel halfway? And more importantly, although he could endure the tough and dangerous life on the island, why did he and Yai have to sleep in separate places? They were boyfriend and girlfriend, you know? Why did he have to sleep next to 2 idiots like Tubo and Zhuge Zhongyang? These 2 brainless idiots didn't even have the concept of worry, and were already sleeping soundly. From where can I start complaining about this whole situation? Gao Mumu heaved a deep sigh. Moreover, that was another matter that was making Gao Mumu worry. Song Shuhang, who went on the trip together with them, disappeared after the plane crashed. Although that rich man wearing a black windbreaker said he was Song Shuhang's friend and that nothing bad happened to him, Gao Mumu was still worried after not hearing about him for a week. On the other hand, when had Song Shuhang become friends with that rich man who also happened to be the master of the island? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Just as Gao Mumu's imagination was running wild, a human shadow shuttled back and forth outside the small mud house. There is someone outside? Gao Mumu got vigilant and his body tensed up. Although he had the look of an intellectual, he had practiced martial arts during his childhood. Even if he had neglected them for years, the foundation was still there. After tensing his body up, Gao Mumu cautiously moved outside the mud house. Thanks to the moonlight, Gao Mumu was able to see the figure clearly. It was a tall and stout foreigner with blonde hair. There was only one person on the island with these characteristics. Mr. Joseph, Song Shuhang's disciple in name. He had learned a peerless martial technique from Shuhang, the times are calling. Practicing it day and night had strengthened his body a lot. Strange, what is Mr. Joseph doing outside in the middle of the night? Gao Mumu thought to himself. Then, he saw Joseph pass through the group of mud houses, heading toward the forest on the side. Inside the forest was a stretch of open space. Joseph arrived at the open space and took a deep breath. Soon after, he started to perform the steps of the times are calling. Gao Mumu. I understand now. It seems that Mr. Joseph wasn't able to sleep and decided to get out to exercise a bit. Now then, does Mr. Joseph still believe that Song Shuhang is a martial arts expert? If Song Shuhang is a martial arts expert, am I a character comparable to the legendary 5 too? Jiao Mumu chuckled in his heart. After all, he still learned a little bit of martial arts during his childhood. However, a strange feeling welled up in his heart as soon as the thought of this matter. Two very fragmentary scenes resurfaced in his mind. In one of the scenes, Song Shuhang was vertically running on a wall. In the other, he used the raging flame sword technique like the characters in action novels. Why did these scenes suddenly flash through his mind? Jiao Mumu fiercely shook his head. Was it possible that he had written too many novels and couldn't distinguish fiction from reality anymore? Forget it, I should return to sleep. He wasn't in the mood to accompany Joseph and perform the Times A-Calling together with him in the middle of the night. After thinking this much, Jiao Mumu quietly moved backward. He didn't want to ruin Mr. Joseph's mood. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as he was preparing to return to his small mud house, he suddenly heard a rustle from the woods. Next, 20 or so natives flooded the open space from all directions, surrounding Joseph. This is bad. Jiao Mumu felt that the situation was dire. Scenes from movies and novels regarding cannibal tribes immediately flashed through his mind. Were these savages planning to hurt Joseph? Jiao Mumu shot a glance all around, trying to look for a weapon. Going in with something like a wooden stick was still better than going in unarmed. But before he could even look for a weapon, the scene before his eyes changed. The 20 natives orderly cupped one of their hands in the other across their chests, just like those characters in TV series set in ancient times, and bent their weights, bowing to Joseph. Then, they used their awkward Chinese to yell "Teacher." Jiao Mumu was dumbstruck. What the hell was this development? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Joseph shot a glance at the natives and said with an awe-inspiring expression and piercing eyes, "Very well. Is everyone here?" "Yes, teacher." "Today, it was the turn of us 20. Come here, we beseech teacher to teach us the peerless martial technique," the natives said in awkward Chinese after coming forth of their own volition. Joseph nodded satisfied and said, "In that case, let's start. Show me the first 3 styles of the technique I taught you the last time." "Yes, teacher," the 20 natives said respectfully. Then, they orderly positioned themselves and lined up, assuming the shape of a square matrix. Next, the 20 natives started to perform the Times A-Calling in all seriousness. This picture was so dazzling that it blinded Jiao Mumu's eyes. What was happening to this world? Was it really going to sheet? Or perhaps the Times A-Calling was really a peerless martial technique, and only stupid youngsters like them were unaware of it. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Very soon, the natives finished displaying the first 3 styles of the Times A-Calling. Very well. Your movements were perfect. Joseph had a satisfied expression on his face. Such being the case, I'll teach you the 4th style today. Teacher, when we'll be able to become strong enough to overthrow the cruel master of the island, hanging him up to a tree and beating him up, the native said with a longing expression. While practicing martial arts, one has to guard against inner demons and not make haste. Otherwise, you might be unable to master the peerless technique to perfection, Joseph said with a serious expression on his face. Soon after, he also added, the strength of your bodies far surpasses mine. After you learn the full version of the technique and practice it for some time, you should be able to feel your constitution strengthen a lot within a short period of time. Since the natives hadn't been learning Chinese for too long, Joseph had to frequently use gestures to make them understand the meaning of his words. Afterward, once you have practiced enough and you can feel the qi, you can create explosions by simply punching. At that time, you would have completely mastered the technique. Joseph had an envious expression on his face when he said these words. His teacher, Song Shuhang, had already reached the realm where he could create explosions just by gently pushing his hand ahead. After hearing Joseph's description, hope appeared in the eyes of the natives. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 65, Young Master Phoenix Slayer's Gift. Chapter for 65, Young Master Phoenix Slayer's Gift. Translator, Godbrandy. Editor, Karisu. A realm where one could create explosions just by swinging their fists, it should be much higher than the realm of the cruel master of the island, right? The natives felt that they would be able to rebel against the cruel master of the island and obtain freedom after reaching this realm where they could feel the chi in their bodies and create explosions with their punches. After recalling how cruel the master of the island was, tears started to well up in their eyes. If they wrote a character wrong, he would hit their palms until they turned completely red. If they were to make mistakes while reciting from memory, they would be starved. Sometimes, they wouldn't get any meals for the whole day. If they were to make too many mistakes while writing, they would be hung on a big tree outside the tribe and ruthlessly whipped, the pain of it unbearable. The worst thing was that after the new instructors started teaching them, the natives discovered that the method the cruel master of the island taught them earlier to write the Chinese characters of the three-character classic was completely wrong. They just learned his badly written characters, and the real ones were completely different. Everything they learned was wrong. The natives felt extremely bitter in their hearts. However, they didn't dare to tell this to the cruel master of the island. Otherwise, they might get starved or hung up on a tree and beaten. But whenever there was oppression, there would be resistance. Therefore, they decided to learn this peerless martial technique. They wanted to become strong and rebel against the master of the island. At the time, they would make the master of the island learn their own pictographic characters. If he couldn't learn them properly, they would make him starve. If he were to make mistakes while writing, they would hit the palms of his hands, and if he were to make mistakes while reciting from memory, they would hang him on a tree and beat him. After thinking of this dreamlike scene, the natives started to drool. Thereupon, they gave it their all and tried to master this peerless martial technique called the Times Are Calling with all their strength. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The corner of Gao Mumu's mouth twitched. He felt that Mr. Joseph's talk no jutsu had reached frightening levels. Even in this situation where he had no leverage, he had managed to fool so many natives into practicing the Times Are Calling together with him. If they were in ancient times, perhaps this guy could have even used the Times Are Calling to establish a new school of martial arts. Time Fist School? Or perhaps Calling Fist School. Anyway, Gao Mumu felt that this dream the natives had about hanging up and beating the master of the island didn't have many prospects. Gao Mumu could already imagine the natives surrounding the man wearing a black windbreaker after they had mastered the peerless martial technique someday in the future, starting to perform the Times Are Calling in front of him. The scene was really too dazzling. According to his estimations, the big tree at the entrance of the village would be full of ruthlessly whipped fruits called natives at the time. However, people must have dreams to feel alive. If they don't have dreams, what is the difference between a man and a robot? Therefore, I'll wish all of you good luck, Gao Mumu thought to himself. Then, he quietly retreated and left the woods, returning to his small mud house to sleep. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the end, Song Shuhang was able to successfully leave Venerable White's hand-guided tractor. The one that helped him was young Master Phoenix Slayer. Anyway, how would they deal with these magically modified hand-guided tractors? Would they store them away and reuse them during the next session of the hand-guided tractor competition? After all, they couldn't leave them alone just like that. These modified hand-guided tractors weren't that much different than Powerful's magical treasures from certain points of view. In particular, the hand-guided tractor with a drill that belonged to Scholar Drunken something. Song Shuhang was sure he could roll to death a cultivator of the second stage with that gadget. As for that drill, even a cultivator of the fourth stage might be severely injured if hit directly. Young Master Phoenix Slayer used his spiritual energy to prop up Song Shuhang, allowing him to walk on the surface of the water. Then, the duo headed toward Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's island of natives. While they were walking, Song Shuhang suddenly recalled a certain matter. Senior Phoenix Slayer, there is something I need to tell you. After saying this much, Song Shuhang took out a silver glove and handed it to young Master Phoenix Slayer. What's this? Young Master Phoenix Slayer took the silver glove in his hands. Senior Tornado threw it over, saying that it was a gift for you, Song Shuhang replied. Moreover, he asked if you wanted to become his pet. That bastard! I hope he dies a painful death. Young Master Phoenix Slayer roared. Don't worry, I already refused his proposal, Song Shuhang said. Young Master Phoenix Slayer continued bellowing, you should have given him a good beating. Beep, 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 pet his sister. Ha ha tilde Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh. The opposite party was a venerable, wouldn't he be tired of living if he tried to attack him? After making a hollow laugh, Song Shuhang asked, anyway, I'll leave the silver glove to you, Senior Phoenix Slayer. Help me return it to Tornado. Young Master Phoenix Slayer firmly pushed the silver glove into Song Shuhang's hand. Senior Phoenix Slayer, it's better if you deal with this matter yourself. Song Shuhang pushed the silver glove back into young Master Phoenix Slayer's hands. His sixth sense as a cultivator told him that Venerable Tornado was an extremely troublesome fellow. Therefore, it was better to let young Master Phoenix Slayer personally deal with this matter regarding the silver glove. Stop throwing it back to me. You are the one that accepted it. A man should take responsibility for his actions. You're the one that accepted the gift, hence you have to return it even if you have tears in your eyes. Young Master Phoenix Slayer threw the silver glove back. Senior Phoenix Slayer, it was your body that accepted it. Therefore, it's better if you return it yourself. Song Shuhang threw the silver glove back once more. Damn it, that's your fault for accepting the gift on my behalf. Young Master Phoenix Slayer returned the silver glove to Song Shuhang once again. I refused his gift. But Senior Tornado threw it at me anyway. I tried my best. Song Shuhang returned the silver glove and continued, anyway, Senior Phoenix Slayer, stop throwing it back at me. Otherwise, I'm not going to catch it the next time. Young Master Phoenix Slayer held the silver glove in his hands. It wasn't good to throw it, but it wasn't good not to throw it, either. If the Sea King were to see this scene, it's big I would surely start to tear up. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After a long silence. All right. I'll accept this silver glove, young Master Phoenix Slayer said. That's the way. It's just a silver glove, and it can be conveniently placed inside your treasure house at worst, Song Shuhang said. Hee. Young Master Phoenix Slayer nodded. Then, he suddenly said, right, little friend Song Shuhang, I've heard from the other fellow Taoists that you helped looking after Dudu, is that true? Eh? Yes. Song Shuhang nodded. Little friend Shuhang, you really went through a lot of trouble. Young Master Phoenix Slayer cast his eyes down and sighed with emotion. That Dudu is really a troublemaker. Song Shuhang wasn't able to adapt to young Master Phoenix Slayer's sudden change in attitude. He forced a smile and said, Senior Phoenix Slayer, you're exaggerating. Actually, Dudu also helped me a lot. Little friend Song Shuhang, you don't need to speak up for that stupid dog. I know how much trouble you went through. Young Master Phoenix Slayer took a step forward and moved next to Song Shuhang. Then, he grabbed Shuhang's hand and said, I have a small gift here, accept it as my thanks for taking care of Dudu. Song Shuhang. Just as he expected, a silver glove had appeared in his hand. Young Master Phoenix Slayer's sudden change of attitude was because he was looking for an excuse to pass the silver glove to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 66, Fairy Lights video broadcast. Chapter for 66, Fairy Lights video broadcast. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Song Shuhang subconsciously thought of returning the silver glove back to young Master Phoenix Slayer once more. Senior Phoenix Slayer, True Monarch Yellow Mountain already gave me a gift for looking after Dudu. According to the law, one can't be punished twice for the same crime. Oh wait, wrong choice of words. But my meaning should be clear. Senior Phoenix Slayer, you don't need to give me this extra gift. Aren't you a grown man? How can you keep fussing about these small matters? This silver glove is a treasured object, isn't it? I'm not even asking you to return it to Venerable Tornado. I've already accepted his gift, and now, I'm giving it to you as a thank you gift. Why are you so against accepting it? Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, somewhat disgruntled. What young Master Phoenix Slayer said was reasonable. This silver glove was indeed a treasure. The Sea King, whose strength was comparable to that of a Venerable, tried its best to get its hands on it. Moreover, even if Song Shuhang didn't want to keep the silver glove for himself, there would be soon a meeting where cultivators could carry out transactions. If he didn't want to keep it, he could exchange it with other cultivators and obtain all kinds of good things in return. Such being the case, can I drop formalities and accept it? Song Shuhang asked. A man needs to be more decisive. Young Master Phoenix Slayer laughed and patted Song Shuhang's shoulder. Then, he pushed his glasses up and his attitude changed again as he said earnestly, moreover, I've made some progress while looking for the people monitoring you. Who are they? Song Shuhang asked quickly. He was quite worried about these people monitoring him from the dark and ready to play dirty tricks. If the target of the other party was Song Shuhang himself, he wasn't afraid of it. He would take whatever measures were called for and do what was necessary. However, he didn't know if these guys hiding in the dark would change their target from Song Shuhang to his family and friends if they thought it necessary. Therefore, he had to guard against them carefully. Who was the opposite party? The Sea King and the Sea Urchin warriors? Someone from the Limitless Demon sect? Or the influence behind that puppet Shilan that was disassembled into pieces by Senior White? Song Shuhang thought for a while and came to the conclusion that only these three might want to deal with him. While your original body was unconscious, I purposely made 2 ordinary disciples of the Chu family guard it. As expected, the opposite party revealed its horse leg and gave away itself. Young Master Phoenix Slayer gently pushed his glasses up, and the lenses refracted rays of wisdom. It was literally a horse leg. The opposite party is Black Horse Spirit that can assume human form after cultivating. A Black Horse Spirit? Song Shuhang was confused. When did he offend this horse spirit? Why was the opposite party spying on him and harboring evil intentions? Therefore, he asked out of curiosity, to which influence does this horse spirit belong? Is it a member of the Limitless Demon sect? The Sea King and the Sea Urchin warriors were too racist to become friends with this horse spirit. Therefore, only the Limitless Demon sect and the influence behind that Mr. were left. It shouldn't have any relationship with the Limitless Demon sect. If I'm not mistaken, it should belong to the monster organization, young Master Phoenix Slayer said after pinching his chin. Young Master Phoenix Slayer was also a monster that had cultivated and reached the stage where he could assume human form. Therefore, he was more knowledgeable about the monster organization than the other seniors of the group. The monster organization? Song Shuhang scratched his head in puzzlement. He really couldn't remember when exactly he offended the monster organization. Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed his glasses up and said with a smile, "You don't have to worry. I'll take care of this matter on your behalf. I can guarantee you that this horse spirit won't trouble you anymore in the future." Thank you, Senior Phoenix Slayer. Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh and added, "Senior, while you're at it, can you help me find out why is this horse spirit monitoring me? I don't think I've offended the monster organization in any way." Perhaps because Song Shuhang had finally accepted the silver glove, young Master Phoenix Slayer said very straightforwardly, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Even though it was night, his lenses were still refracting light. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Afterward, young Master Phoenix Slayer carried Song Shuhang along and brought him to the island where the natives lived. Right at this time, another senior flew over and arrived next to Song Shuhang. It was Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. "Little friend Song Shuhang, I finally found you," Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said with a laugh. Then, he put away his flying sword and moved towards Song Shuhang as he straightened his black windbreaker, looking incredibly handsome. "Senior 7 Lives Talisman?" Song Shuhang faintly smiled. He also straightened his kasaya and moved toward the opposite party, saying, "Senior, are my friends well?" "Your friends are fine. I'll take you to see them," Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said with a smile. Then, he brought Song Shuhang and young Master Phoenix Slayer for a stroll on the island. The island was covered by a special barrier. Since it was close to the place where the hand-guided tractor competition was held, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman arranged a formation around the small island and isolated it from the rest of the world. With that, the natives and Song Shuhang's friends would not be disturbed by the competition. Hence, even if the hand-guided tractor competition were even noisier, it wouldn't affect the residents of the island. After entering the formation protecting the small island, Song Shuhang saw a pitch-black world littered with sporadic torches that embellished the night of the small island. The small island was silent, both the natives and the passengers of the wrecked plane were sleeping. Song Shuhang said, "It's already very late. Given the time, Gao Mumu and the others should be sleeping already, but it was fine this way too. After all, he was currently wearing a kasaya, and he couldn't even take it off. If they were to see him like this, wouldn't they think that he had decided to become a monk?" Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said, "Let's take a look at your friends first. Then, I'll bring you to my treasure house so that you can look for something similar to the Blood God Crystal in value and carry out the transaction." "I'll trouble Senior then," Song Shuhang said as he took out the Blood God Crystal from his size-reducing purse, handing it over to Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman. This Blood God Crystal was like a hot potato for Song Shuhang. Even while he was breaking through to the 5th stage realm, young Master Hai didn't forget about the missing Blood God Crystal and still intended to take it from Song Shuhang's hands. Therefore, he had to carry out the transaction with Senior Seven Lives Talisman as soon as possible. At the time, if young Master Hai wanted the treasure, he would have to look for Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman instead. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman received the Blood God Crystal and cautiously took out a wooden box he'd prepared earlier, putting the treasure inside. After all, the Blood God Crystal was a valuable object that would determine how many dragon patterns his golden core would have. Soon after, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's see your friends first." Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In a group of mud houses on the small island. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman brought Song Shuhang and young Master Phoenix Slayer toward the mud houses. Song Shuhang didn't enter the houses. By relying on his eyesight as a cultivator, he saw through the window some familiar figures. Tubo and Zhuge Zhongyang were sleeping soundly, while Gao Mumu had just gone to sleep. Gao Mumu's girlfriend Yari, Lu Fei and her elder sister, and Joseph's daughter Ji Shuangxue were sleeping in a house not too far away. As for that Yuga Yu that had forcefully kissed Gao Mumu and whose gender was unknown, she was shrinking all alone in a small and narrow house. Additionally, the old professor, the black uncle who was an expert in break dance, and all the other passengers that Song Shuhang didn't recognize but entered the mysterious island together with him had all settled down in their respective mud houses. After seeing that they were safe and sound, Song Shuhang was finally able to feel at ease. But after taking a look all around, Song Shuhang discovered that his disciple in name, Joseph, was missing. "Eh? Where is Joseph? Joseph? Little friend Shuhang, are you talking about that middle-aged foreigner?" Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman asked. "Yes, I'm talking about him," Song Shuhang said. After hearing Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's tone, he wondered what was Joseph up to and where he had gone. The corner of Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's mouth rose. "If we're talking about him, he should be down there. I'll bring you to him." Then, he took Song Shuhang and young Master Phoenix Slayer along and passed through the forest. Afterward, he pointed toward a faraway place and said, "Little friend Shuhang, is that the Joseph you were talking about?" Song Shuhang saw Joseph taking the lead and perform the times a calling while 20 natives had arranged themselves into a small square matrix and were enthusiastically imitating him. Song Shuhang's heart was in turmoil at this time. "What are these guys doing?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked out of curiosity. They're practicing a peerless martial technique," Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said. They want to master this peerless martial technique and rebel against me someday in the future, hanging me up to a tree and beating me up. I think they want to starve me too tilde he he he. 7 Lives Talisman, are you making fun of me? Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked. No, that's really their plan. I've been looking at them practicing this peerless martial technique for a few days already. I can't be wrong after hearing them talk about this matter over and over again. I find it rather amusing, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. Song Shuhang face-palmed. Sheet. I absolutely can't let Senior 7 Lives Talisman know about the relationship between me and Joseph. At the same time, Song Shuhang realized that he made a big mistake by teaching Joseph the times are calling back then. After Song Shuhang was done seeing his friends, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman quickly pulled him along and said, "Little friend Shuhang, let's go. We'll head toward my treasure house now. I've gathered quite a number of good things, I'll assure you that you won't be disappointed." Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. It was late at night and very quiet. But the 9 Provinces #1 group was very lively at this time. System notification, Fairy Lychee started a video broadcast. As soon as the notification appeared, many of the fellow Taoists that were aware of what was going on immediately clicked on the pop-up message. After they clicked on the message, the video started getting broadcast. In the background of the video should be Medicine Master's Immortal Cave. There were precious herbs planted all over, as well as pill refining equipment and medical herbs lying on the shelves. Then, the camera moved and pointed toward a figure in the sky. Up there was an Eastern woman with a carefree smile on her face. Whenever she smiled, 2 dimples would appear on her cheeks. This woman was Fairy Lychee. But her title had now changed to True Monarch Lychee. Fairy Lychee was currently itching for a fight and had a bad smile on her face. Moreover, a chubby cultivator was hiding not too far away from her. The camera moved once more and captured the image of a figure rushing over at high speed with a flying sword. The incoming person had an anxious expression on their face. Although he had an unfamiliar face, everyone could guess that this person was precisely Immortal Master Copper Trigram. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 67, Bewitching Screams. Chapter for 67, Bewitching Screams. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Fairy Lychee? What are you doing in Medicine Master's dwelling? Immortal Master Copper Trigram waved his hand at Fairy Lychee and smiled brightly. Fellow Daoist Copper Trigram, hello. Fairy Lychee sweetly smiled, revealing her 2 cute dimples. I was waiting for you. Immortal Master Copper Trigram was dumbfounded. Waiting for me? Yes, I've waited for fellow Daoist Copper Trigram for a very long time. Fairy Lychee smiled even more sweetly. Fairy Lychee, did you need something? Immortal Master Copper Trigram was utterly confused. Soon after, he said with a smile, Fairy Lychee, let's speak as we walk. Right, I still have to thank you for delivering that disciple of mine to Brother Medicine Master's place. I'm very grateful. After saying this much, Immortal Master Copper Trigram controlled his flying sword and approached Fairy Lychee, planning to continue conversing with her while walking side by side. At this time, Immortal Master Copper Trigram was worried about the injury of his disciple. How severe was the wound Iron Trigram received, and what was his current situation? As his teacher, he was extremely worried. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. As Immortal Master Copper Trigram moved close to her, Fairy Lychee said, Fellow Daoist Copper Trigram. Fairy Lychee, do tell. Immortal Master Copper Trigram nodded. But right at this time, the standing still Fairy Lychee suddenly sprinted forward. She jumped high up and made a 180-degree flip in midair, ruthlessly hitting Immortal Master Copper Trigram with her elbow while facing the opposite direction. At the same time, a scary ray of light flashed through her eyes. Fairy Lychee had suddenly launched her attack. At this time, she was already a 6th stage True Monarch. Moreover, Immortal Master Copper Trigram hadn't expected it in the least. Therefore, Copper Trigram was only able to use his face to ward off Fairy Lychee's powerful elbow attack. Ouch! Immortal Master Copper Trigram called out. His body was sent flying off the flying sword by Fairy Lychee's sudden attack. However, this elbow attack was only the start. In the next moment, the nimble Fairy Lychee slipped behind Immortal Master Copper Trigram, using a beautiful triangle choke on him. Her two legs coiled around the back of his head and tightened. At the same time, the ankle of her left foot moved toward the ankle of the right foot, locking up Immortal Master Copper Trigram's head. Crack! Immortal Master Copper Trigram felt as though pincers made of steel were gripping his head. It was very painful. Ouch! Yeah! Fairy Lychee cried out in a lovely manner and put all her strength in her legs. Immortal Master Copper Trigram was swung away and sent flying. At this time, he was dumbstruck and had no idea what was happening. *CK, what the hell is happening? Why did Fairy Lychee start treating me like a punching as soon as she saw me? Is it possible that Iron Trigram made Fairy Lychee angry, and she thus decided to take it out on me? Immortal Master Copper Trigram didn't have much time to think when a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him. This silhouette that appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye was Fairy Lychee. Spinning kick! Yeah! Fairy Lychee's legs did a split as she started spinning really fast. Her beautiful white feet spun like a tornado and ruthlessly hit Immortal Master Copper Trigram's body. Ouch! Immortal Master Copper Trigram called out pitifully as he was launched into the sky by the spinning kick, flying very high. It's not over yet. Have a taste of this. Fairy Lychee took out an AT for anti-tank rocket launcher and issued a lovely cry, yeah. Boom! Flames shot out from the rear of the rocket launcher. After the rocket was fired, it exploded on Immortal Master Copper Trigram's body. Ouch! Immortal Master Copper Trigram called pitifully as he was shot higher and higher by the attacks, changing into a mass of fireworks after the rocket exploded. Again! Take my bicycle kick! Fairy Lychee's body changed into a series of afterimages and whizzed in front of Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Yeah! A beautiful attack launched while upside down high up in the sky. Ouch! Immortal Master Copper Trigram didn't have the strength to revolt and couldn't do anything else except for crying out in pain. He didn't even have the strength to defend himself. Shoryuken, yeah! Fairy Lychee shouted. Ouch! Immortal Master Copper Trigram screamed. Spinning knee drop, yeah! Ouch! Immortal Master Copper Trigram screamed again. Ascending double hit, yeah! Ouch! Explosive mixed martial arts, yeah! Ouch! Some unknown style X18, yeah! Ouch! Immortal Master Copper Trigram tilde. Yeah! Ouch! Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Done. Fellow deist Dengyima, please come over and help Copper Trigram pick up his pieces. Bring him to the bed I booked for him earlier. Fairy Lychee clapped her hands, satisfied. The cultivator with a chubby face hiding behind the corner came out. Earlier, he was hiding in a secret place in order to stop Immortal Master Copper Trigram from escaping, cutting off all his escape routes. However, it seemed that he worried for nothing. The pitiful Immortal Master Copper Trigram didn't even have the opportunity to escape. At this time, there was a compassionate expression on Dengyima's chubby face. When he came here to look for Immortal Master Copper Trigram earlier, his heart was filled with rage. Even if he received a large sum of spirit stones from True Monarch Yellow Mountain that allowed him to balance out his losses, his anger toward this shady fortune teller didn't decrease by one bit. But now, after seeing Immortal Master Copper Trigram's miserable appearance, an emotion called pity started to well up in his heart. The anger of a woman, especially one that was as beautiful as a fairy, was truly scary. All the hatred he felt had disappeared without him realizing. Dengyima raised Immortal Master Copper Trigram's corpse and headed toward Medicine Master's immortal cave. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Actually, Immortal Master Copper Trigram's injuries weren't as serious as they looked in the video. While he was high up in the sky and got hit by the anti-tank rocket, he saw Deng Yima hiding in a secret place. Then, he immediately realized why Fairy Lychee was so angry. It was because he disguised as her once and performed a few shady divinations. Thereupon, Immortal Master Copper Trigram obediently coordinated with her and played the role of a character that got beaten up in movies. The only problem was that Fairy Lychee's attacks were really ruthless. Immortal Master Copper Trigram felt so much pain that he had tears streaming down his face. After this much, the video broadcast came to an end. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After Fairy Lychee turned the video broadcast off, the members of the group didn't write for a while. After a long time. Northern River's loose cultivator, Fairy Lychee, that was amazing. Wandering Monk Profound Principle, ? Island Master Tien Kong, I'm not sure if it's just my misconception, but I can still hear two words echoing in my ears. Cave Lord Snow Wolf followed suit. Yeah. Sun-splitting Halberd Gua Da likewise followed suit. Ouch tilde. Fairy Dongfang, that's it. Vice Island Master Tien Wei, that's the feeling. Treasure Forging Heavenly Mansions Yang Xian, that's the feeling. Fairy Firefly, that's the feeling. Both Fairy Lychee's lovely cries and Immortal Master Copper Trigram's pitiful yells from the video were addicting. At this time, they were continuously reverberating in everyone's ears. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. At this time, Song Shuhang and young Master Phoenix Slayer followed behind Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman and arrived at his treasure house. Usually, cultivators hid their treasures in secret places so as to avoid strangers knowing their whereabouts. Then, if a cultivator died due to unforeseen events, their treasure house, immortal cave, and so on would become the buried treasures that the cultivators of the younger generation would explore after many, many years. Is it possible that Senior Seven Lives Talisman's treasure house is really hidden on this island where the natives live? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 68, that's happiness tilde. Chapter for 68, that's happiness tilde. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman brought young Master Phoenix Slayer and Song Shuhang along, arriving at a sandy beach in the rear of the small island. After arriving at a certain position on the sandy beach, he stretched out his hand and opened a secret door. It's so easy to enter this treasure house? Isn't Senior Seven Lives Talisman afraid of getting robbed? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman took the lead and entered the treasure house first. Song Shuhang and young Master Phoenix Slayer followed after him and entered together. Below the secret door was a circular bottomless pit that went downward. There was no trace of stairs. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman stepped on his flying sword and slowly descended. Song Shuhang likewise descended while supported by young Master Phoenix Slayer's flying sword. After descending for an unknown amount of time, Song Shuhang finally saw light appear before his eyes. Have we arrived? We have arrived. My treasure house is right here, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said with a smile. Then, he stretched out his finger and pointed forward. Over there was 100 meters long white jade turtle. Its whole body was made of cast jade, and it looked very lifelike. The light Song Shuhang saw earlier was emitted from the body of the turtle. The turtle was lying down inside the bottomless pit, perfectly still. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman laughed and said, "This is the place where my treasure house is located." Young Master Phoenix Slayer shot a glance at the big turtle and sighed with emotion. Fellow Daoist Seven Lives Talisman really has some skills. Hee, my luck was good, and I managed to become friends with this senior turtle. Senior turtle? Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. Was this huge turtle a living creature? Just as he was in deep thoughts, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman brought him and young Master Phoenix Slayer above the back of the turtle. As you know, I made several strange oaths back in the days. Then, I became friends with a senior turtle while completing one of the oaths. Afterward, I shifted the position of my treasure house to the body of this senior turtle. After saying this much, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman reached the top of the turtle shell and gently tapped on it. The top of the turtle shell opened, changing into a door. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said, "Let's enter. The treasure house is inside." Before entering the treasure house, Song Shuhang shot a look at the eyes of the huge turtle below. From start to end, the jade turtle didn't move in the slightest, and neither did its eyelids. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After entering the turtle shell, Song Shuhang saw a huge white room. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman and young Master Phoenix Slayer both hovered midair. It felt as though there was no gravity inside the room. Inside the room, several wooden shelves, boxes, and chests were floating. Inside them were treasures belonging to Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman beckoned to Song Shuhang with his hand and said, "Now then, what does little friend Shuhang need right now?" "I don't know, either." "Senior, what do you suggest?" Song Shuhang asked. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman held his chin and said, "Little friend Shuhang has already reached the second stage. As far as I can see, you already have magical clothes and weapons. You don't lack cultivation techniques either, and you have medicinal pills too. Senior, how about giving me a few good talismans then?" Song Shuhang said. Palace Master Seven Lives Talismans had saved his life several times already. In particular, those sword talismans helped Song Shuhang get rid of several powerful enemies that surpassed his rank. About talismans. I can at most manufacture talismans of the 4th stage due to the limits of my cultivation level. If you want, I can first give you a few talisman papers. After saying this much, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman stretched out his hand and waved. 3 piles of talisman papers flew over from one of the nearby shelves and directly arrived at Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's hand. Then, he counted them as though they were banknotes and gave 3 samples of 20 papers each to Song Shuhang. "There are 20 armor talisman, 20 sword talismans, and 20 floating talismans in here. All of them are of the 4th stage rank and are somewhat stronger than the ones I gave you the last time. You can consider these 60 talismans as the reward for sending over that professor. It's not part of the transaction for the Blood God Crystal." Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said with a laugh. Song Shuhang forced a smile and accepted the 60 talismans. He wasn't the one that sent the professor onto the island. "As for the transaction for the Blood God Crystal, I've prepared several things. Little friend Shuhang, take a look and tell me which one you prefer," Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said with a smile. Soon after, he pulled Song Shuhang along and arrived in front of 3 big chests. Inside the first chest was a golden rope. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman explained, "This thing is a duplicate of the wondrous binding rope. When used, it can bind the enemy. Although it's a mere copy, it can still bind a cultivator of the 5th stage for a little while. However, it can be used a limited number of times. I used it 5 times after obtaining it, and now, it can be still used 16 times. Afterward, it will turn into an ordinary rope. A rope that could be used to bind enemies 16 times. Although it was an item with limited uses, it had unlimited potential if used well. Moreover, it could even bind cultivators of the 5th stage for a small amount of time. In a fight between cultivators of the 5th stage, a short moment was more than enough to change the outcome of the battle." Song Shuhang silently nodded. It was a very good treasure. "Now, the second treasure, this one is a puppet," Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said as he opened the second chest. Inside the chest was an exquisite puppet. Song Shuhang found this puppet very familiar. It had the appearance of a western dragon and was around 3 meters long and 2 meters tall. The color of its body was silvery white. Aside from the color, it was almost the same as that black dragon he saw inside that Mister's underground smelted cave. This one is a flying puppet manufactured by the Jet Black sect. You can switch it on by putting spirit stones inside. If the quality of the spirit stones is high enough, it can even reach supersonic speed. Before little friend Song Shuhang reaches the 4th stage and becomes able to use a flying sword, this puppet will be a very good riding tool. The only drawback is that the consumption of spirit stones is quite big. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman continued his explanation. Song Shuhang immediately fell in love with the silver puppet after seeing it. Just like those dragon knights, so cool. Although this huge dragon is a mere puppet, it's still very cool. But the most important thing was that after getting his hands on this puppet, Song Shuhang could freely fly in the sky even before reaching the 4th stage. It seems that little friend Song Shuhang really likes this second treasure. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said with a smile. However, I still want to recommend you the 3rd treasure. While speaking, he opened the 3rd chest. Inside the chest was a small bamboo shoot. It looked very tasty. Is this some type of natural treasure? How should one prepare it before eating it? Song Shuhang asked. He remembered that Venerable White had discovered 2 bamboo shoots back then that helped him open the nose aperture after he ate them. They tasted really good after Penniless Thief Sect's Candy cooked them up. Well, you don't really need to eat this one, although you can indeed eat it. It would be a waste to do so. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman quickly waved his hand. The nearby young Master Phoenix Slayer looked at the bamboo shoot for a long time and said, I sense monster chi. No, wait. The spiritual chi on its body is even more abundant. Is this an object that managed to develop intelligence after cultivating? Correct. This small bamboo shoot grew in a place with rich spiritual chi. What is even more incredible is that it didn't turn into a monster. After developing a little bit of intelligence, it started to evolve into a sentient object. As long as one takes good care of it and allows it to mature until it turns into a bamboo, they would automatically obtain a sentient magical treasure without even the need to refine it, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said with a smile. It was an extremely good treasure. It wasn't easy for a magical treasure to develop intelligence. Not only did one need to invest many natural resources into it, but they also needed to pour their love into it and accompany it day and night. Last but not least, they would need a lot of luck as well. Even amongst Senior White's treasures, only Meteor Sword had developed a little bit of intelligence. As for this small bamboo shoot, one only needed to cultivate it and wait until it matured and turned into a bamboo to have a bamboo stick with innate intelligence. The value of this treasure exceeded by far that of the Blood God Crystal. Fellow Daoist Seven Lives Talisman, is there some problem with this small bamboo shoot? Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked. Why did Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman decide to take out this treasure and exchange it for Song Shuhal's Blood God Crystal? It was like exchanging a diamond as big as a human head with a coin. The bamboo shoot itself doesn't have any problem. I took it out to carry out the transaction because it's not something that belongs to me. The small bamboo shoot is temporarily residing inside my treasure house because it made a deal with me, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said. According to the deal, whenever I'm carrying out a transaction with a fellow Daoist inside my treasure house, I must let the other fellow Daoist come in contact with the bamboo shoot. The bamboo shoot is waiting to find a master it likes to leave with them. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman had mysterious origins, and the influence behind him was incredibly powerful. Everyone in the 9 Provinces #1 group knew about this point. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman never avoided this topic of conversation, but he still very rarely mentioned to others the influence behind him. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman had a few strange items in his hands, just like the strange oaths he made when he was young. Song Shuhang smiled and said, is it one of those stories where the object acknowledges its master? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman laughed and said, yeah, that's the gist of it. What do I need to do? Song Shuhang asked. It's very simple, you just have to stretch your hand out and grab it. Then, take a look at how it reacts, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said. Song Shuhang nodded and propped up his kasaya, stretching out his hand toward the small bamboo shoot. At the same time, he thoughtlessly asked, yes. Senior Seven Lives Talisman, if someone gets acknowledged by the small bamboo shoot and manages to carry it away, how long will it take to transform into a bamboo? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman held his chin and said, it should turn into a small bamboo in around 500 years. It should be almost mature after 2,000 years. 500 years just to grow the bamboo tip. Just as he was in deep thoughts, Song Shuhang's hand reached the bamboo shoot. It felt prickly and soft at the same time, very nice to the touch. Then, Song Shuhang's mind suddenly shook. Soon after, an illusion of heaven and earth appeared before his eyes. In the illusion, a colossal bamboo stick was standing between heaven and earth. One end of the bamboo stick pierced the sky, while the other pierced the depths of the earth. From its appearance, it felt as though it wanted to hold both heaven and earth. Incredible! Song Shuhang sighed with emotion. But right at this time, the stick extracted its lower end from the ground and attacked Song Shuhang. Dong tilde, the sound of two metallic objects colliding echoed, and Song Shuhang felt his head buzzing. He felt incredibly uncomfortable at this time. That's happiness tilde. A thunderous sound echoed between heaven and earth. The sound directly broke the illusion and made Song Shuhang wake up. At this time, Song Shuhang had already retreated 10 or so steps away from the bamboo shoot, his expression one of shock. Did it just attack me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 69, F*ck, I hit the wrong person. Chapter for 69, F*ck, I hit the wrong person. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. What happened? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman asked in puzzlement. In the past, he had carried out many transactions with fellow Taoists he had a good relationship with here in the treasure house. In total, more than 20 fellow Taoists had come in contact with the bamboo shoot, but none of them reacted like Song Shuhang did. Song Shuhang touched his head and said, "The small bamboo shoot turned into a big stick and hit me." At this time, he felt a bit dizzy, and he could still see stars dancing before his eyes. Young Master Phoenix Slayer. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman. From the looks of it, the bamboo shoot didn't like Song Shuhang. It seemed that the bamboo shoot showed its presence just to viciously attack little friend Song Shuhang. But it was quite strange. Little friend Song Shuhang was obviously a good person, and all the fellow Taoists in the group had a good opinion of him. Such being the case, why did the bamboo shoot come out just to attack him? Just as Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman was in confusion, the bamboo shoot shook. Then, it transmitted its thoughts to Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's mind. After the thoughts of the small bamboo shoot arrived to his mind, they translated as this, F*ck, this is rather embarrassing, but I mistook him for someone else just now. What? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman was dumbfounded. It's precisely as I said. I'm sorry. I mistook him for someone else, the small bamboo said. The corner of Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's mouth twitched. Hit the wrong person tilde? Now then, since when has this small bamboo shoot developed such a human-like consciousness? Until now, whenever the small bamboo shoot communicated with him, the transmission would be on and off as though it had just started developing intelligence. Even when Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman agreed to find the bamboo shoot a master, their conversation was rather difficult because the bamboo shoot couldn't convey its thoughts properly and there were thus many twists and turns. But from the way it communicated just now, it felt as though its intelligence had already completely developed. Moreover, did it just say that it mistook Shuhang for someone else? From the looks of it, this small bamboo shoot already knew a lot of people. As expected, I picked up a very troublesome thing. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman rubbed his temples. Seven Lives Talisman, help me apologize to that little fellow Days tilde. The small bamboo shoot transmitted its voice once more. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman deeply sighed and said, "Little friend Shuhang, the small bamboo shoot said that it is very embarrassed because it mistook you for someone else and hit you." Song Shuhang stared at Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman, speechless. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman was quite embarrassed by having Song Shuhang stare at him like that. He turned his head around and looked at the small bamboo shoot. The small bamboo shoot was also embarrassed by having Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman stare at it like that. After a short while, the body of the small bamboo shoot trembled and one of its bamboo leaves fell down. At the same time, it transmitted a thought to Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman took the bamboo leaf and handed it over to Song Shuhang. Cough. Little friend Shuhang, you can treat this leaf as an apology. The bamboo shot decided to gift you this bamboo leaf. Don't look down on it, it can save your life once if you're in danger. Song Shuhang took the bamboo leaf and said, "All right, I accept the apology." At this time, the chest the small bamboo shoot was residing into closed with a bang. It seemed that it was very embarrassed and didn't want to be seen. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Cough, cough. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman coughed twice and pointed toward the first two chests, saying to Song Shuhang, "Little friend Song Shuhang, which one of these two treasures do you prefer? Of course, if you don't like either of them, you can casually choose something else from the treasure house. After all, there are many good things in here, and I can assure you that the worth of the item you'll choose would be only higher and not lower than the Blood God Crystal." Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and pointed toward the second chest, saying, "I choose the Silver Dragon Puppet." Although the copy of the Wondrous Binding Rope also seemed quite good, it didn't have that many uses for the current Song Shuhang. With his current equipment, talismans, and medicinal pills, he wouldn't need something like the Wondrous Binding Rope to deal with enemies he could defeat. And if the enemy was too strong for him to defeat, the Wondrous Binding Rope would be useless as well. For example, if the opposite party was a 5th stage spiritual emperor, the Wondrous Binding Rope would block him only for a short while. But that short amount of time wouldn't be enough for Song Shuhang to escape. Therefore, he decided to choose the Silver Dragon Puppet. Since the puppet wasn't a living creature, he could store it inside the size-reducing purse and take it out whenever he needed to use it. Moreover, Song Shuhang remembered that the Black Dragon Puppet inside the smelted cave had a certain fighting capacity. Good, the transaction is complete. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman picked up the big chest and gave it Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang took out his size-reducing purse and stored both the chest and puppet inside. The transaction was finally complete. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Right at this time, young Master Phoenix Slayer said, "Fellow Daoi Seven Lives Talisman, are you willing to trade this Wondrous Binding Rope?" "Fellow Phoenix Slayer, are you interested in it?" Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman asked. "If you want it, you can use something of equivalent value and make a transaction." "Ha, I just happen to have a few good things here with me." "Fellow Daoi Seven Lives Talisman, take a look and tell me if you need them." Young Master Phoenix Slayer took out a small bag. From the looks of it, it should also be a size-reducing purse. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman moved closer and shot a look inside the bag and, satisfied, said, "These are high-quality things. Give me 5 of them and you can consider it done." "Deal, it was a pleasure to do business with you." Young Master Phoenix Slayer took out 5 of those round scarlet objects from his bag and gave them to Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman. Then, he took the Wondrous Binding Rope. At this time, both of them had a satisfied expression on their faces. Although he knew that the transaction between the two seniors had been just and honorable, the scene made Song Shuhang remember about those shady transactions where people were secretly selling porn movies. "The transaction is complete, let's go." In a while, there will be a meeting of cultivators, and transactions would be carried out there as well. "Perhaps we can find a few good things," Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said. Next, he seemed to have thought of something and said to Song Shuhang, "Little friend Song Shuhang, you should closely follow behind Senior White at the time. If Senior White feels that something is good, you should keep it in mind and try to get your hands on that thing. It's bound to be good." Song Shuhang smiled. He had only 3 spirit stones with him. He got them when the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group teamed up and killed the Blood Demon. It was something that Venerable White gave him as a consolation prize after he inspected the body of the Blood Demon. What could he buy with 3 spirit stones in that place where cultivators were carrying out their transactions? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman and young Master Phoenix Slayer controlled their flying sword and left the place together with Song Shuhang. The trio left the turtle shell and headed toward the surface. On the way, Song Shuhang felt his body cold from head to toe. Again that feeling. Is the ghost spirit at the South Pole, making a snowman with the penguins? So cold tilde, I like playing in the northeast mud tilde 1. Ooh. I'll look for it as soon as I get out of here. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At this time, in a corner of the island, several natives were currently surrounding a van. On the vehicle, the two disciples of the Chu family were forcing a smile while rubbing their temples. Senior White's flying sword had delivered them on this small island. Afterward, they were immediately surrounded by the natives on patrol. Given their strength, it wouldn't be difficult for these disciples of the Chu family to deal with these natives. But they knew that the natives were under the protection of a certain senior. Therefore, it was better if they didn't make a move against them. Luckily, the natives didn't seem to have any intention to use violence, either. The natives surrounded the vehicle and seemed very interested in it. They cautiously stretched out their hands and touched the vehicle. Afterward, they bowed their heads and started to discuss something. The two disciples of the Chu family could only force a smile. At this time, they had no other choice but to wait for Senior White, or the senior protecting these natives, to come over. Ouch tilde, a painful groan was transmitted from the inside of the van at this time. It looked like that tall and stout had finally woken up. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Sima Jiang rubbed his head. He remembered that his vehicle went out of control and overturned. After that, he should have lost his senses, right? But what was happening right now? After opening his eyes, Sima Jiang discovered that he was lying inside a big van. Then, after shooting a look at the surrounding area, he heaved a sigh of relief. He discovered that the huge express delivery box was still there. The girl from the Chu family, who had a clever look in her eyes and a sweet smile on her face, turned her head around and said, "Uncle, you finally woke up." Her smiling face was such that it subconsciously removed all kinds of hostile thoughts the first time one saw it. "Ah? Hello," Sima Jiang said as he rubbed his still somewhat aching forehead. "Are you the ones that saved me? Where are we now?" "That's the problem. We don't know, either." The girl of the Chu family shrugged her shoulders. Question mark. Sima Jiang was confused and thus looked out of the window. Soon after, he saw several black-skinned primitive men surrounding and touching the vehicle. F***CK. Sima Jiang subconsciously called out. Where did these primitive men come from? There shouldn't be people like this within China's borders, right? Although Sima Jiang's voice wasn't too high, all the natives had a very good hearing. Therefore, they immediately heard his shout. "This, Mr. Cursed, that's wrong," one of the natives said after looking at Sima Jiang through the window of the car. Although the pronunciation wasn't too clear, that was surely Chinese. Sima Jiang. Did I mishear? Or perhaps the pronunciation of their language is similar to Chinese, and it turned into a case of Saramami too when I heard it. At this time, one of the natives coughed and shot a glance at Sima Jiang and the two disciples of the Chu family in the vehicle. Then, that native waved at them and said, "Confucius said, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? It is impolite not to reciprocate." Sima Jiang. Sheet, this is really Chinese. Moreover, shouldn't "is it not a joy to have friends come from afar" be followed by a "what a pleasure, what a delight"? What the hell was that? "It is impolite not to reciprocate"? Idiot, you made a mistake while reciting from memory. Dajan, lower your voice, otherwise, he will hit your palms, one of the nearby natives quickly said. The native called Dajan quickly covered his mouth, not daring to make a sound. Sima Jiang rubbed his temples. These natives were unexpectedly able to speak Chinese. After pondering for a moment, he said to the two disciples of the Chu family, "Little brother, little sister, should we get out of the vehicle? It seems we can communicate with these guys." "That's also good." The boy nodded his head. Although they were only cultivators of the first stage, with two of their apertures opened, they were strong enough to deal with these natives. Therefore, they weren't afraid. "In that case, I'll get down first." you stay here and keep an eye on the situation, Sima Jiang said. Soon after, he opened the door and got out of the vehicle with a vigilant look on his face. But right at this time, a native that carried a gentle look on his face took a step forward and made an inviting a gesture, saying, Confucius said, "Friend, this way, please. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 470, 3 Consecutive Dreams. Chapter 470, 3 Consecutive Dreams. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Shichu, you're also an idiot. Confucius did not said that. If you keep said these wrong things, you'll be tied up and beaten, very painful. The native with a gentle look had an embarrassed expression on his face as he said, Eh? Confucius not said that? Nope, Confucius never said that, another native called out. The corner of Sima Jiang's mouth twitched. He didn't know from where to start to ridicule the dialogue between these natives. Am I really on an island of natives? The natives aren't only quoting Confucius sentences, but they are also blabbering about palms getting hit, getting hung up and beaten, pain, and so on things. Overall, it feels as though I ended up in the wrong play. Cough. Hello. Excuse me, can you tell me where this place is? Sima Jiang asked slowly. This? I know. The native with a gentle look on his face smiled and said, according to what that scary man said, this is a small island in the peaceful water. Peaceful water? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Sima Jiang scratched his head for a while. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. Was it possible that he meant the Pacific Ocean? Am I currently on one of those islands in the Pacific Ocean? Impossible. Before getting into the car accident, I was in mainland China. That place was very far from the ocean. Why did I suddenly appear on an island in the Pacific Ocean? Is it possible that several months have passed since the day I lost control of the vehicle and fainted? At this time, Sima Jiang was lost in a myriad of thoughts. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as Sima Jiang was thinking of inquiring more information from these good-natured natives, 3 figures slowly came over from a distant place. One of the figures was tall and thin and was wearing a black windbreaker. He looked both cool and handsome. One of the figures wore their hair in a casual ponytail and had skin as white as jade. On the face of the figure was a pair of glasses with a thick black frame. Even though it was night, the lenses of the glasses were refracting rays of wisdom. The last figure had a bald head, and its body was wrapped in a green kashaya. Its facial features weren't clearly visible from afar, but from the looks of it, it seemed to be a young monk. When the 3 figures came over, the natives acted as though they had seen a ghost. They orderly arranged themselves into 2 rows and stood perfectly still. The man wearing a black windbreaker was a bit faster than the others and arrived beside the natives, saying in a cold voice, Confucius said, learning and constantly reviewing. The several natives quickly said full of pride, learning and constantly reviewing, what a pleasure, what a delight. The man wearing a black windbreaker continued, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? What a pleasure, what a delight, the natives said with haste. But amidst all this, one of the natives still answered incorrectly, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? It is impolite not to reciprocate. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the man wearing a black windbreaker. He took out a thick disciplinary ruler out of nowhere and pointed it toward the native that answered incorrectly. The native had a bitter expression on his face as he arrived in front of the man wearing a windbreaker. Then, he nervously stretched out his black hands. Pa! A loud sound echoed. The disciplinary ruler mercilessly hit the palms of the man. The native called out in pain. Even the body of the nearby Sima Jiang couldn't help but twitch, just as though he was experiencing the scene in person. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At this time, the 2 figures in the rear also slowly came over. The one that seemed to be a young monk suddenly looked at Sima Jiang as he approached. Hey, little Jiang, how are you? The young monk said. It was late at night and very dark. Sima Jiang opened his eyes wide and tried to look in the direction of the young monk. It was a youngster with kind-looking features. He looked really familiar. Eh? Wait a moment. Isn't this the student of Jiangnan University, Song Shuhang? Song Shuhang, what are you doing here? Sima Jiang said, surprised. Song Shuhang shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Ha ha, this place is the territory of a friend? I came here as a guest." After coming out of Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's treasure house, Song Shuhang tried to induce the ghost spirit and locked onto its position. What surprised him was that the ghost spirit was very close to him. It was also on this island of natives. Thereupon, Song Shuhang started looking for it and finally arrived next to the van and Sima Jiang. At this time, Song Shuhang could feel that his ghost spirit was inside the van. But when he tried to recall the ghost spirit, the latter only transmitted over a thought saying that it was powerless. Afterward, an extremely cold feeling also was transmitted over from the ghost spirit through the shared senses. The more he was approaching the van, the stronger the cold feeling was getting. Song Shuhang felt as though even the joints of his bones had frozen. Thereupon, he had no choice but to temporarily disable the senses sharing with the ghost spirit and keep active only the position locking feature. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Sima Jiang shot a look at Song Shuhang's bald head and the kasaya he was wearing, asking, "Song Shuhang, have you decided to become a monk?" As expected, he asked that question. Song Shuhang faintly sighed and squeezed out a smile, saying, "No, I've never thought of becoming a monk. I had to shave my head due to a small accident, and the kasaya I'm wearing is a gift from a friend." Would you believe me if I were to say that all of this was a mere coincidence? Sima Jiang silently nodded, but it was unknown whether he really believed Song Shuhang's words or not. Song Shuhang faintly sighed once more. After going back, he would look for Dharma King Creation and ask him which level one needed to be to learn that technique that could let one grow their hair back. Moreover, there was still that problem with true monarch Yellow Mountain. Yellow Mountain took Dudu and left quite some time ago, but what about the password to unlock the emerald green kasaya on his body? Without the password, he couldn't take off this kasaya. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In that case, I need to ask you something, Shuhang. Is this place really in the middle of the Pacific Ocean? Sima Jiang asked. Song Shuhang smiled and nodded. Sima Jiang forced a smile. He really ended up in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Now then, who was bored to the point of delivering him from mainland China to an island in the Pacific Ocean? Song Shuhang, is there a way to leave this island? Sima Jiang asked. Little Jiang, don't worry. We'll go back after a few days. At the time, we'll return to China together, Song Shuhang said with a smile. After hearing these words, Sima Jiang was finally able to relax. As long as he could return to China, it was fine. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang followed the traces of the ghost spirit and got into the vehicle. The two disciples of the Chu family greeted Song Shuhang and said, "Senior Song, hello." Although this Mr. Song seemed rather young, he was already a cultivator of the second stage. Therefore, it wasn't wrong on their part to call him senior. "Hello to you guys too." Song Shuhang smiled and nodded. Soon after, his gaze fell on the express delivery box. From what he was sensing, the ghost spirit was inside the box. It was inside this box that had to be delivered to the old ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Kangbua. The name of the sender wasn't written on the express delivery box. There were only the words "to my dear friend Chu Kangbua." Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and tried to touch the express delivery box. But as soon as he touched it, he felt a cool feeling transmit to his body even though he had already cut off the senses sharing with the ghost spirit. The bone-piercing cold made the hand Song Shuhang was using to feel the express delivery box stop for a moment. "This express delivery box is really strange," Song Shuhang said after forcing a smile. The nearby Sima Jiang nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed a bit strange. The sender of the express delivery deposited the box at this place 1 month ago, paying a large sum of money in advance. According to the agreement between Sima Jiang and the sender, the latter would deliver the box if the former were to fail to show up within 1 month to cancel the delivery. Therefore, after a month passed, Sima Jiang personally set out to deliver the express delivery to the Chu family's place. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang had no idea what the ghost spirit was doing inside the box. Even recalling it forcefully was of no use. It just kept transmitting a cold feeling. Luckily, although it was frozen stiff and trembling, the ghost spirit didn't say that it was in danger. As long as the ghost spirit wasn't in danger, Song Shuhang didn't want to tear down the express delivery of the ancestor of the Chu family. From the looks of it, I'll have to wait until the express delivery box is delivered to the ancestor of the Chu family to do something. Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Afterward, he forced a smile and gently patted on the box, transmitting a thought to the ghost spirit. If you are in danger, call me immediately. If the ghost spirit was in danger, he would have no choice but to tear down the express delivery to save it. Afterward, he would find some way to apologize to the ancestor of the Chu family. After he transmitted this thought to the ghost spirit, Song Shuhang suddenly felt a strong dizzy feeling transmit back to his head. Countless scenes flashed through his mind at once. There was a huge blood pond with several puppet arms and legs scattered all around. Moreover, there were human skins getting air-dried. These pictures belonged to that puppet called Shilan. Then, there was the picture of a mysterious small island. This time, he could see even more clearly the huge city on this island in the sky. There were incredibly big condors flying in the sky, as well as giant lizards. Then, he felt as though there were countless palaces and faintly saw 9 lanterns silhouette, as well as her version with long hair. These pictures belonged to the mysterious island? In the end, he saw the picture of a huge chunk of ice. Then, an anxious voice came from within the chunk of ice. What was the origin of this scene? Wait a moment, this ice-cold feeling, is it possible that it's something the ghost spirit transmitted over? My head is about to explode, Song Shuhang said as he rubbed his temples. Song Shuhang got extremely sleepy and his eyelids became very heavy, to the point that he couldn't even open his eyes. He made an effort and turned his head around, saying to young Master Phoenix Slayer and Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Seniors, is there a place where I can rest? What? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman asked in puzzlement. I suddenly feel somewhat exhausted. As soon as his voice faded, Song Shuhang's body softly fell downward, lying face down on the seat of the vehicle. Before long, a rhythmical breathing sound was transmitted over. Did he fall asleep? The way he fell asleep was so fast and sound that it would make the people that suffered from insomnia and couldn't sleep for the whole night despair. Young Master Phoenix Slayer. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman got a bit worried and moved forward, giving Song Shuhang's body a check. He is sleeping for real, and there seems to be nothing out of the ordinary. I got scared for nothing. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Perhaps it's because of me, young Master Phoenix Slayer said, somewhat embarrassed. Song Shuhang had controlled his body for so long with the mental energy of a cultivator of the 2nd stage, that should have completely drained his mental energy. Forget it. I'll prepare for him a place to rest, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said with a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 471, The Grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. Chapter 471, The Grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Song Shuhang had a strange dream. This time, he became a disciple of the Thousand Hand sect. In the capacity of an ancient sect that was as famous as the Penniless Thief sect, the secret technique of the Thousand Hand sect wasn't inferior to the emptying miracle hand of the Penniless Thief sect. It was particularly good at removing seals and unearthing hidden treasures. It was regrettable that the Thousand Hand sect wasn't as clever as the Penniless Thief sect and didn't have the restraint a sect of thieves should have. In the end, it disappeared during the course of history, and now, even their heritage was about to disappear. However, Song Shuhang didn't start dreaming about this person's life from the start. When the dream started, the disciple of the Thousand Hand sect had already completed his training and left the sect. With that, Song Shuhang lost the opportunity to study that secret technique of the Thousand Hand sect that could be compared with the penniless thief sect's emptying miracle hands. However, why am I dreaming about a disciple of the Thousand Hand sect? Did I get in contact with a disciple of the Thousand Hand sect in real life? Whenever I entered a dreamland before, I always had some relationship with the person I was dreaming about. But Song Shuhang couldn't remember any disciple of the Thousand Hand sect at this time. Just as he was in deep thoughts, the plot of the dreamland started to move forward. The disciple of the Thousand Hand sect formed a team with other fellow Taoists and went to explore an ancient grave. According to the rumors, during that time, someone of the venerable rank left behind a grave. If they could successfully enter the grave, the profits would be quite large. In the dreamland, the disciple of the Thousand Hand sect had a very vague impression of the ancient grave. When Song Shuhang took his place and entered the dreamland, the ancient grave appeared pixelated, and the scenery in the distance was covered by a dense fog. However, he saw a stone tablet after entering the place, and the stone tablet appeared very clear. To be more precise, rather than a stone tablet, it was a gravestone. On the gravestone were inscribed the following words: "The grave of Venerable Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue." The stone tablet was very eye-catching. Therefore, even if the memory of this disciple of the Thousand Hand sect about the grave was rather vague, he still clearly remembered the gravestone. Venerable Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue? When Song Shuhang saw this name, he found it very familiar. Therefore, he operated his brain at high speed. 7th Stage Venerables. Song Shuhang had come in contact with several people of this rank. Venerable White, Venerable Tornado, and Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Then, one of the admins of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, Xian Nu Sect Skylark, was also a figure of the venerable rank. Additionally, there was another admin of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group with high prestige in the group. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. That was it. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. The only difference between him and this Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue was the number, and even the difference in number was of only 1. Were they relatives? Or fellow apprentices? If they were really fellow apprentices, that was truly terrifying. The one ranked 6th and the one ranked 7th were both at the venerable rank, and there were still their fellow apprentices from the 1st to the 5th left. Venerable 1st Cultivator of True Virtue, Venerable 2nd Cultivator of True Virtue, up until Venerable 5th Cultivator of True Virtue, all of them were venerables or perhaps even stronger. Just the thought was enough to cause fear. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as Song Shuhang's imagination was running wild, the disciple of the Thousand Hand sect entered Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue's grave. Since the disciple of the Thousand Hand sect had a secret technique that allowed him to remove seals, he was the one in charge of removing traps and restrictions, and exploring the place. From the very beginning, the exploration of the ancient grave proceeded very smoothly. Although the strength of this disciple of the Thousand Hand sect was only of the 4th stage realm, it wasn't a problem for him to remove the traps inside Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue's grave. There were 6 other fellow Taoists that were taking risks alongside him. The faces of these 6 companions were also pixelated, and Song Shuhang couldn't make out their appearances. As time passed by, the 7 people reached the depths of the grave. Our luck isn't bad, our journey up until now was very smooth. But the real challenge starts now. We have to be careful, one of the companions said. His voice had yet to fade when the sound of an explosion was transmitted from ahead. Next, Song Shuhang felt a stabbing pain all over his body. The disciple of the Thousand Hand sect he was impersonating had been seriously injured by one of the traps of the ancient grave. Countless sword chi had condensed inside the explosion, piercing the body of the disciple of the Thousand Hand sect afterward. However, these innumerable streams of sword chi didn't take the life of this disciple of the Thousand Hand sect. Instead, they accurately chopped off his 4 limbs. All that sword chi acted like a blunt cutting blade and turned him into a human stick. The pain was unbearable. Artilda, the disciple of the Thousand Hand sect, screamed in pain. Soon after, his consciousness started to fade. From a side, the screams of his companion was likewise transmitted. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Has the dream come to an end? Song Shuhang thought to himself. No, the dream is still going on. Just as Song Shuhang regained his senses, he discovered that the disciple of the Thousand Hand sect was lying inside a huge blood pond. Don't worry. Your companions brought you here, you're safe now. A dull robot-like voice echoed. The disciple of the Thousand Hand sect opened his eyes and discovered that he was lying inside a huge blood pond. A blood pond? Isn't this the same blood pond inside that underground smelted cave? When he raised his eyes, he discovered that there was a guy that resembled a balloon filled with water next to the blood pond. It was currently laughing strangely while looking at him. Then, the water balloon-like guy moved forward as he wobbled and installed artificial arms and legs on his body. This water balloon-like fellow was the same as that skin puppet full of blood. This outstanding technique comes from the ancient Jet Black sect. It will allow you to have legs and arms that are as convenient to use as your previous ones. Moreover, you won't need to worry about having your arms or legs injured anymore. The skin puppet strangely laughed. The disciple of the Thousand Hand sect slightly nodded and didn't move. In that case, keep sleeping. Once you wake up, you'll discover that your arms and legs have been restored to what they were before. The water balloon-like man used a strange tone and said gently, and once you wake up, you'll be the master of this smelted cave. The voice of the puppet seemed to have the ability to mesmerize others. The disciple of the Thousand Hand sect fainted once more. Song Shuhang had finally understood which dream he had entered. It was the dream of that Xilan he met in the underground smelted cave. The guy that didn't know that his whole body had been changed into that of a puppet. That skin puppet on a side was the one that secretly transformed Xilan's body into that of a puppet. It was unknown what was the person behind this skin puppet scheming. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After an unknown amount of time, that Mr. Cool Xilan regained his senses once more. His eyes started to open slowly. At this time, he was standing in the deepest part of the smelted cave. In other words, it was the same place where Song Shuhang, Soft Feather, and Liu Jiangyi discovered those human skins getting air-dried when they were plundering the smelted cave. However, the deepest part of the smelted cave that Xilan saw was a bit different. Before Xilan started to open his eyes, there was a thick stone gate that slowly descended downward. Inside the stone gate was concealed a very exquisite wooden puppet. This wooden puppet was perfectly still and mounted on the wall. After the stone gate thoroughly descended and closed, a layer of sandy soil covered it, merging it together with the wall of the smelted cave as though they were one entity. At this time, Xilan's body shook. He had finally regained his consciousness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 72, another one is happy? Chapter for 72, another one is happy? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. I am Xilan, a disciple of the Thousand Hand sect. I'm the master of this smelted cave and the ruler of all puppets. Xilan muttered to himself. After that moment, he became a completely different person, just as though he had been hypnotized. At this time, Song Shuhang's consciousness also shook and separated from the dream. The dream. Stop there. Song Shuhang wasn't able to learn anything useful in this dream. After all, not all dreams could be like Li Tiansu's, where he was lucky enough to meet a senior of Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven's rank that was kind enough to display the flaming saber technique to him. Anyway, it wasn't like there hadn't been any gains, either. There was unexpectedly a double-layered wall in the depths of that underground smelted cave. And in there was concealed an exquisite human-like puppet. What was the relationship between that exquisite human-like puppet and that person that secretly transformed Xilan's body into a puppet? It's very interesting. When the time comes, I should go back to that smelted cave and take a look. After all, he already had to make a trip to the Chu family's place together with Sima Jiang, since his ghost spirit was still stuck in the express delivery box of the ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Kanghua. At the time, he might as well bring a powerful senior to explore the smelted cave together so as to avoid something unexpected happening. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Such being the case, it should be time for me to wake up, right? Song Shuhang opened his eyes and discovered that he had already returned to his body. This time, he was inside his own body, and he was absolutely sure of it. After all, he was very familiar with each part of his body, whether it was his skin, palms, hands, and so on. At this time, an air current blew toward him from ahead, changing into a light breeze that caressed his face, moving something on his scalp. It was both a familiar and unfamiliar feeling. It was the feeling of having hair. My hair is back? Eh? Weird, there is something wrong with my realm. My current realm is that of a cultivator of the first stage, but I've obviously already reached the second stage and opened the second Dantian. Is it possible that the dream is still going on? Right at this time, he discovered that there was someone in front of him. Ahaha, you can accompany me in my confinement for a few years. Don't worry, time will fly by once you start meditating. A bald girl laughed aloud without caring for her image. She was holding something that resembled a drill in her hand and was madly drilling into the wall. Boom, boom, boom tilde. This time, I didn't enter a dream, it seems. Am I just having an ordinary dream? But what's the deal with this dream? It'd be somewhat acceptable if I dream of myself having hair again, but why is this bald girl together with me? Moreover, did she just say that she wants to be locked up with me for a few years? What did she mean? These dreams should at the very least illustrate the entire process and stop confusing me even more. Just as he was in deep thoughts, the bald girl started laughing and said, "The stone wall ahead isn't solid, there must be a secret room on the other side." As she spoke, the bald girl turned her head around and looked at Song Shuhang. Ah? It's that nun called Nine Lanterns. Why did she appear in my dream? As before, the dream kept going on. Song Shuhang and 9 lanterns entered the secret room. In there, he saw 10 ancient coffins. The coffin in the center was made of crystal and surrounded by the nearby 9 bronze coffins. Inside the crystal coffin was lying a spirit beast with a long and slender body. It had deer-like horns, camel-like head, rabbit-like eyes, snake-like neck, clam-like belly, fish-like scales, hawk-like claws, cat-like palms, and cow-like ears. All of these elements were merged into this spotlessly white body. A dragon! Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide. Moreover, it was a completely white dragon. After the dream reached this point, or perhaps when he saw 9 lanterns back then, Song Shuhang had more or less guessed what was going on. This time, he had also entered someone's dream. However, the target of the dream was Song Shuhang himself. The plot playing in the dreamland should be part of his lost memories. And the only memories he lost were of the things he experienced on the mysterious island. So, was this something he experienced on the mysterious island? Song Shuhang didn't expect that he had seen a real dragon in there. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The story continued, and a skeletal flood dragon drilled out from one of the bronze coffins. After discussing for a while, the skeletal flood dragon used a few skeletal dragons with advines to carry out a transaction with Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang had 9 lanterns make a cut on his wrist and poured a bowl's worth of fresh blood in the grooves of the crystal coffin. After he poured his blood inside the groove, it flowed until it completely surrounded the crystal coffin. However, the little white dragon inside the crystal coffin didn't react to Song Shuhang's blood. That skeletal flood dragon that had drilled out of the bronze coffin seemed very disappointed. It was truly regrettable that my blood wasn't able to resonate with this white dragon, Song Shuhang thought to himself. However, Song Shuhang also felt that it was a good thing that his blood didn't resonate with the white dragon. His intuition told him that something very troublesome would have happened if his blood had reacted with it. The skeletal flood dragon that had drilled out of the bronze coffin smiled and sent them off. The transaction is complete. Now, I'll allow you two to leave this place. Although I would like to chat with you a bit more, this place is full of dragon corpse aura, it would harm your bodies if you were to stay here for too long. In the dream, Song Shuhang and 9 lanterns started to leave the chamber tomb. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. But just as Song Shuhang was about to leave the tomb, his mind shook. What's happening now? In the next moment, the scene before Song Shuhang's eyes changed. Huge rosy clouds appeared before his eyes, and a colossal white dragon was flying through the clouds. Incredible! Song Shuhang sighed with emotion. It was a dragon. One of those dragons in legends. It looked so cool while it was dancing amidst the clouds, truly incredible. After dancing in the air for a while, the huge dragon shot a glance at Song Shuhang. The dragon and the man looked at each other. Ooh! Damn Baldy, eat my claw! The white dragon madly laughed and used one of its claws to pierce the clouds, attacking Song Shuhang. Bang! The attack sent Song Shuhang flying. It was super painful. Song Shuhang felt as though his mind had been savagely beaten and could only hear a buzzing sound. He felt very uncomfortable at this time. The white dragon said cheerfully, "This is happiness." Soon after, the world before Song Shuhang's eyes started to collapse. After the white dragon hit him, this dream regarding the mysterious island also seemed to have come to an end. Even in this dream, he didn't find out anything noteworthy aside from discovering how he obtained those skeletal dragons' withered vines and coming to know of a few other matters related to the mysterious island. Anyway, why the hell did that white dragon attack me? F***ck, I hit the wrong person. Before Song Shuhang consciousness completely faded, he heard the depressed shout of the white dragon. Just what is happening? This guy also hit the wrong person? I feel that something similar has happened before. Both the bamboo stick earlier and the white dragon now mistook me for someone else and immediately attacked me with happy expressions on their faces. For whom did they mistake me? Moreover, this white dragon mentioned a certain damn Baldy earlier. Does it mean that it's related to my bald head? Senior Creation, I absolutely want that technique of yours that allowed you to grow back your beautiful shiny black hair. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 473, Don't Sing, We Are on the Same Side. Chapter 473, Don't Sing, We Are on the Same Side. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Song Shuhang slowly opened his eyes. This time, he had woken up for real. His head was once again bald, and he still felt dizzy and ill. On the outside, the sun had already risen and a new day had begun. It's Monday today, right? Therefore, I'll go by the name of a virtuous Buddhist sabersman. Oh, he woke up. Dharma King Creation, who was sitting next to Song Shuhang, said with a smile, his black hair dashing and shiny. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyes and said, "Eh? Senior Creation? What are you doing here?" If Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Young Master Phoenix Slayer, or Venerable White were next to him, it would be pretty normal. But why was the one looking after him Dharma King Creation? How can I explain it? Dharma King Creation was a little embarrassed as he said, "While you were dreaming, you kept shouting my name for some reason. Since you were calling my name again and again, the situation got a bit strange and Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman decided to call me over." Dharma King Creation felt particularly uneasy at this time. After all, him and Song Shuhang hadn't officially met and introduced to each other. It should have been True Monarch Yellow Mountain or some other fellow Taoists that told little friend Song Shuhang about his name, right? In that case, why was Shuhang continuously calling out his name? This matter really put Dharma King Creation under a lot of pressure. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. What? I was continuously calling out Senior Dharma King Creation's name. F***ck. It must have been because I wanted to grow my hair back. Therefore, I must have kept thinking about him. But I didn't think I would shout his name while sleeping. One could well imagine how much Song Shuhang was embarrassed at this time. Cough. Such being the case, did little friend Shuhang need my help with something important? Dharma King Creation asked cautiously. Song Shuhang quickly seized the opportunity to explain. Aha, there was indeed a matter I needed Senior Creation's help with. I had a nightmare earlier, and I wanted to ask Senior Creation how to get rid of it. After hearing this much, Dharma King Creation heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Little friend Shuhang, please say." "Oh, right. I heard that little friend Shuhang took 7 Dao names. What is today's name?" "It's Monday, and today's Dao name is O Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman." Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh. Soon after, he said, "Actually, I wanted to ask Senior Creation if there was a method that could let one grow back their hair in a short amount of time just like you did." After hearing these words, Dharma King Creation roared with laughter. Here I thought that little friend Shuhang would ask for something very difficult. Originally, it was about that small technique. After saying this much, as he shot a glance at Song Shuhang's bald and shiny head, understanding feeling welled up in his heart. Both of them were trying their best to get rid of their bald heads. "Senior Creation, are there any requirements to use this technique? Can I learn it with my current realm?" Song Shuhang asked. He was afraid that one would need to be in the 3rd, 4th, or even higher stage to display this hair-growing technique. If that were the case, there was nothing he could do about it. "Don't worry. Your strength of the 2nd stage rank is more than enough to learn this technique," Dharma King Creation said. Song Shuhang's eyes immediately lit up. "In that case, I beseech Senior to teach me this technique." Then, he thought of the custom of the 9 provinces number 1 group and added, "Senior, is there something you need? What can I give you in exchange for this technique?" Even if it was just a small technique, if the Senior didn't share it with everyone on their own initiative, one should pay something in exchange for learning it, even if it was only a spirit stone. Dharma King Creation held his chin and said, "It's just a small technique, you don't need to pay anything." But after pondering for a moment, he added, "But if you really can't get over it, how about listening to one of my songs in exchange? I wrote a new song recently, and I haven't let anyone hear it. How about listening to the song and giving me an evaluation? Senior Creation can unexpectedly compose songs and sing? Incredible! Senior, you can start singing, I'll listen very carefully." Song Shuhang gasped in admiration. Whenever he wasn't using the Warring Buddha's true body, Dharma King Creation looked like one of those unruly and handsome men. He really gave off the vibe of a superstar. "Okay, I'll sing then." Dharma King Creation had a happy expression on his face. He pinched his throat and tried to warm up his voice. "R tilde A tilde R tilde?" He looked very professional while he was warming up his voice. "Senior, do you need some music in the background?" Song Shuhang asked. Dharma King Creation replied, "There is no need. I'll sing a segment of opera music." Then, Dharma King Creation opened his mouth and started singing. "Ding dong tilde la 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 tilde. It's easy to dodge an open spear tilde, but hard to ward off a hidden arrow tilde. I'm standing on top of the city walls tilde, looking downward at the attackers at the gate tilde. Ooh a tilde." His voice was shocking. The destructive power of the voice couldn't be described with mere words. When Dharma King Creation opened his mouth to sing, the sound wave spread in all directions like the shock wave of a nuclear explosion, bringing harm to all and ignoring defenses, not distinguishing between friend and foe. Song Shuhang bore the brunt of the attack and was completely stunned. "What's the matter? What's happening to my ears?" Song Shuhang felt like a small boat swinging left and right in the middle of a raging tempest, ready to capsize at any moment. "What happened just now? Am I dying? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash." At the same time, a lot of panicky voices were transmitted from the outside, as well as the sound of people falling to the ground, objects overturning, and all sorts of weird cries. "What's the matter? Who is singing? Just who used this sound wave attack? This voice. I'm sure of it, this is the voice of the Soul King Dharma King Creation. My ears tilde. It's Dharma King Creation? Heavens, no, stop. Mom, save me. Fellow Daoist Dharma creation, stop singing, we are on the same side. I'm dying tilde someone, go stop Dharma King creation, stop him. My ears are getting raped, save me tilde. This is a full team wipe. Rather than listening to this, I would die, die, die. Dharma King creation, stop singing. Don't sing, we are friends tilde sound of vomiting blood. Cease fire. Quickly cease fire. We're allied troops tilde? This is bad, my ears are about to undergo a miscarriage after that rape earlier tilde. Quickly break your eardrums. It will save your life. Fairy Dongfang, use your dance to neutralize this voice. Eh? Fairy Dongfang, what happened to you tilde Fairy Dongfang tilde? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After an unknown amount of time that felt as long as a century, Song Shuhang was absent-mindedly sitting on the bed with a foolish expression on his face. What a fearsome sound wave attack! Actually, that was not it. When Dharma King creation casually opened his mouth to sing, it felt as though he used a fearsome sound wave attack with something like the roaring lion's technique attached to it. The devilish voice was capable of flooding one's mind. Yes, it literally flooded the minds of the victims. It passed through the ears and directly reached the brain, causing a ruckus in there. If an average man were to hear this fearsome voice, wouldn't they turn into a fool? And cultivators with low strength might go insane as well. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Outside. Is it over? Did I survive that fearsome voice? Fellow Daoist Snow Wolf, what did you say just now? I can see your lips moving, but I didn't hear any sound. It's easy to dodge an open spear tilde, but hard to ward off a hidden arrow tilde. These two lines of the song keep reverberating inside my mind. Absolutely terrifying. When will I be able to forget it? Fellow Daoist Ancient Lake Temple, don't sing. Otherwise, I will feel like singing as well. The house will have to be repaired. It was thoroughly destroyed. Leaving all of this aside, fellow Daoist Northern River, we have to rejoice that we're still alive. Eh? Amidst the group of wailing seniors stood a slim girl with long legs and black hair sprinkling behind her back. Was I the only one that found senior creation song very nice to hear? Soft Feather muttered to herself. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Inside the house. After he was done singing, Dharma King creation was very happy. In the capacity of a tank, Dharma King creation had a very powerful aggroing ability. However, his singing technique was even scarier than his aggroing ability. If he wanted to sing, he would do so without any notice. After he was done singing, the happy Dharma King creation passed down onto Song Shuhang the small hair growing technique. Since his mood was really good, he guided Song Shuhang step by step while teaching him the technique. Song Shuhang accepted Dharma King creation's teachings with a dull expression on his face. The hair growing technique was very good minor technique and rather convenient to learn. The only problem was that the length of the hair growth was difficult to control. Sometimes, one's hair might grow only by a few millimeters, at other times, it would reach the waist. But it didn't really matter. If the hair was too short, he could use the technique again. If the hair was too long, he could cut it. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang was also unaware how he learned this technique. Dharma King creation taught him, and he noted down everything like a robot. If Dharma King creation told him to do this or that, he would simply do it while in a confusional state. Then, after using the hair growing technique on his head, a headful of hair quickly grew until reaching his shoulders. The black hair was shiny and glossy, just like black pearls. Now then, little friend Shuhang, no, wait. Fellow Daoist virtuous Buddhist sabresman, I have some matters to attend to. Therefore, I'll take my leave first. You have a good rest. There will also be that cultivator's street market today, make sure not to miss it. You might find a few good things in there, Dharma King creation said with a smile as he patted Song Shuhang's shoulder and left. His mood was very good. The cultivator's street market. Song Shuhang repeated these words like a robot. It was finally about to begin. However, leaving the street market aside, the most important thing that Song Shuhang had to do right now was to pack his things. Very soon, he would have to go for a 1-month trip in space. What kind of things should he prepare? Food and drink weren't a problem since he could use fasting pills. However, he needed to find a way to care of stool and urine. Otherwise, those things might end up sticking to his body while he was floating in space. And aside from these, what else was there? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 474, Pearls with the Spiritual Energy of a Beast. Chapter 474, Pearls with the Spiritual Energy of a Beast. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Just as Song Shuhang was thinking about the 1-month trip into space and wondering what he should bring with him, a senior arrived next to him. It was Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. At this time, his complexion was a bit pale. After arriving next to Song Shuhang, he asked thoughtfully, "Little friend Shuhang, do you feel better now?" Song Shuhang raised his head in puzzlement. At this time, he still felt his ears buzzing, and stars were dancing before his eyes. "Damn it, little friend Shuhang was mind-broken," Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman lamented. Whatever, surviving the roar of the Soul King was already considered a lucky thing itself. "Senior, what did you say?" Song Shuhang shook his head and said, "I can't hear too well now, and even my reaction time has slowed down by several times. My brain can't read lips, either." Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman patted Song Shuhang's head with a compassionate look on his face. Little friend Shuhang had really suffered a lot this time. "It's all right, just follow me. I'll bring you to your friends. While we're at it, let's eat breakfast as well," Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said with a smile. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Gao Mumu, Tubo, Zhuge Zhongyang, Lu Fei, her elder sister, and the other teachers had just woken up. After rinsing their mouths and washing their faces, they prepared to eat breakfast. On this island of natives, while houses and clothes were not really to their liking, the food on the other hand was pretty good. They could eat rich food and delicacies of every kind. Moreover, it was 100% natural and pollution-free. Each day, breakfast would be a buffet, and one could eat whatever they felt like. Chinese-style breakfast, Western-style breakfast, if they wanted to eat something, they could eat it. Just as Gao Mumu, Tubo, and the others were about to enter the dining room, they heard a strange singing voice transmit over from afar. That voice was simply bewitching. Although it was transmitted from a very far away place, each word was clearly audible to all the present as the sound entered their ears. Moreover, this voice had the ability to literally kill one's brain. After listening at it for a while, all the present felt their brains collapse, and their thought process slowed down by several times. This happened even though Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman had arranged several formations on the island that greatly weakened the effects of Dharma King Creation sound wave attack. Otherwise, this devilish sound would have flooded their minds and turned all the people on the island into fools. After the voice faded away, Gao Mumu, Tubo, and the others were still stiffly standing in their original places. At this time, their minds were completely blank, and they had lost their ability to think and act for a short period of time. After quite a while, Gao Mumu subconsciously said, "Was that the singing voice of that female monster, the siren?" "No, the voice we heard just now was that of a man." "Even if it was a siren, it should be a male one," Tubo said. Zhuge Zhongyang sighed with emotion and said, "One surely needs to be talented to sing like this." Just as everybody was discussing, two figures appeared outside the dining room. One was the master of the island, the guy wearing a black windbreaker. The other one was a young man wearing a kasaya, as well as long hair that reached his shoulders. Was this young man a monk that had decided to let his hair grow long? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Eh? Wait a moment. Shuhang. Gao Mumu called out. Wasn't this young man with shoulder-length hair and a stupid look on his face their good friend Song Shuhang? But when did Song Shuhang's hair grow so long? When the airplane crashed, his hair was short. And what was the deal with this kasaya he was wearing? Song Shuhang absent-mindedly looked at Jiao Mumu and Tubo. Even after quite a while, there wasn't any change in his expression. Tubo went ahead and, somewhat worried, asked, "Master of the island, did something happen to Shuhang?" "Ah. It's a long story, anyway. Did you hear that singing voice just now?" Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman asked with a pale look on his face. "The singing voice of the siren?" Tubo asked subconsciously. "Siren? Ha ha ha." Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman laughed loudly. Soon after, he said, "We all call that singer Soul King. Even if there was quite some distance, you should have also felt the lethality of that sound, right?" Little friend Song Shuhang was too close and bore the brunt of the attack of the Soul King's music. The voice passed through his ears and flooded his mind. Under these circumstances, his reaction speed is slowed down a bit. But don't worry, he should recover in half a day given the strength of his body. He would still need half a day to recover? Ah. It's Tubo and Jiao Mumu. Song Shuhang replied after a long time and forced a smile. His current situation was very similar to when he was controlling young Master Phoenix Slayer's body earlier. He felt as though there was a lag between all his actions. That 3 seconds delay while he was controlling young Master Phoenix Slayer's body was enough to give him a lot of trouble. Now, the condition of his body was even worse. The delay went from 3 to 11 seconds, and it was even longer sometimes. Anyway, I'll leave little friend Song Shuhang to you teachers for now. I have some matters to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. We'll see each other at noon, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Tubo and Jiao Mumu helped Song Shuhang and made him sit down. Juga Zhongyang, Juga Yu, Lu Fei, and her elder sister all gathered over. Joseph and his daughter weren't here yet. For some reason, Joseph was getting up later and later nowadays. Jiao Mumu and Yai went together to get some breakfast for Song Shuhang. Somewhat worried, Tubo asked, "Shuhang, where have you been for the past few days? How come you weren't with us?" "Don't speak so quickly, slow down a bit. Both my ears and brain are buzzing. It's very difficult for me to properly hear your words," Song Shuhang replied with a forced smile. "My luck was pretty good. Although I fell into the sea when the plane crashed, a friend quickly came over and found me, saving my life. Afterward, I returned to China with that friend. But then, I discovered that you guys were here on this little island. So I decided to come over with that friend to take a look at you guys. The breakfast wasn't bad. Fried eggs, thin pancakes, and soybean milk were all things that Song Shuhang liked. Song Shuhang trembling hands made an effort and picked up the food, bringing it to his mouth. Lu Fei asked out of curiosity, "Shuhang, what's the deal with that kasaya you're wearing?" "Ah." After a while, Song Shuhang replied, "It's something that another friend gifted me." While they were eating, Tubo, Jiao Mumu, and the others asked some questions out of concern. After seeing that Song Shuhang was safe, Jiao Mumu and Tubo were finally able to heave a sigh of relief. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang kept eating the breakfast with much difficulty while listening to Jiao Mumu and the others telling him about the interesting things that happened while they were giving lectures to the natives. Then, Song Shuhang suddenly paused and turned his head around, looking toward two positions at the back of the dining table. A businesswoman was sitting with her friend there, eating her breakfast. A pearl the size of a pigeon egg was hanging around her neck. Song Shuhang could feel spiritual energy emitted from the pigeon egg-sized pearl. This spiritual energy was different than the pure spiritual energy inside spirit stones. The aura of an animal seemed to be mixed within this spiritual energy. Perhaps because she felt Song Shuhang gaze, the businesswoman raised her head and looked at him while eating her breakfast. After seeing Song Shuhang, the woman faintly smiled at him. It was a very strange feeling. Although it was her first time seeing Song Shuhang, she felt that he was a trustworthy person. Even if the other party was staring at her in a rather rude manner, she didn't dislike it. When she saw this man, she felt as though he was a very reliable person, just like someone that had saved her life in the past. Song Shuhang could only smile, somewhat embarrassed. "Were you looking at this?" the businesswoman asked as she held the pearl hanging around her neck. She had very keen senses and discovered that Song Shuhang was staring at the pearl hanging around her neck. "Yes, I feel that there is something strange with that pearl," Song Shuhang said as he nodded. It wasn't a spirit stone, and yet there was a lot of spiritual energy inside, as well as the aura of an animal. What was this thing? Since there is spiritual energy inside, it should be a treasure, right? Such being the case, why didn't Senior Seven Lives Talisman pay attention to the pearl hanging around the neck of this businesswoman? After all, Senior Seven Lives Talisman has been in contact with this group of teachers for a very long period of time. It should be impossible for him not to notice the pearl. Perhaps an item of this level is not even worth mentioning for someone of Senior Seven Lives Talisman's level. Anyway, regardless of why Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman ignored the pearl, Song Shuhang felt a strange feeling in his guts. He wanted this pearl that had the aura of an animal inside. His intuition was screaming at him that this item would be very useful for his practice. I also don't know where this thing comes from. I'm sure I didn't have it with me before the plane crashed. But after I woke up and found myself on this small island, I discovered that I had this pearl in my pocket, the businesswoman said as she tried to recall what had happened. Then, after pondering for a moment, she grabbed the pearl around her neck and did something that was out of Song Shuhang's expectations. She threw the pearl toward him. "This is a gift for you, Tilda," the businesswoman said. Song Shuhang tried to catch the pearl in a flurry. He. The businesswoman smiled. "Ah? Lua, did you take a liking for that little brother?" That slightly plump but very attractive air hostess next to the businesswoman made fun of her. "That's not it." The businesswoman named Leah gave her a supercilious look. She only felt that she owed this young man a favor. Therefore, she subconsciously thought of doing him this favor in return. Song Shuhang held onto the pearl, somewhat embarrassed. After a while, he scratched his head and said, "Thank you, miss. It's true that I like this pearl, but it's a very valuable item. I cannot take it without giving you something else in return. Can I use money to buy it?" The businesswoman felt a bit strange after she was called a miss. She smiled and said, "There is no need. It's just a pearl, and even I don't know where it comes from. You can take it. But it's something very valuable. Although I can't tell what this thing is either, I can assure you that it's an item whose value goes far beyond your imagination." Loa found Song Shuhang's serious expression very amusing. She smiled and said, "All right, it's up to you then." Given how serious the expression of the young man before her eyes was, she felt that he would return the pearl to her if she didn't agree to his proposal. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and stretched out his hand toward his clothes. He seized the opportunity and took out of his size-reducing purse a big strap of money. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 475, How about exploring an ancient grave? Chapter 475, How about exploring an ancient grave? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. At first, Song Shuhang wanted to use something else to carry out the transaction with this businesswoman named Lua. Even if everyone couldn't do without it in their lives, it felt a bit rude to bring up something like money under these circumstances. However, amongst the things Song Shuhang had with him, there was nothing that was suitable for Miss Laya. After pondering for a moment, he decided that if it was of poor taste, so be it. At this time, he had no choice but to use money to solve the matter. "I don't know the exact value of this pearl. Is it fine if I give you 100,000 renminbi now and add the remaining difference in price later when I ask my friend to properly assess the value of this thing?" Song Shuhang delivered the big strap of money to Lua. Lua didn't know whether to laugh or cry after seeing that strap of money. "You carried such a big strap of money while leaving home? Isn't that a bit suspicious?" "About that, my friends and I were planning to go on a vacation on an island abroad. Since the island was outside of China's borders, it would be quite troublesome to withdraw money. Therefore, I simply decided to bring quite a bit of cash with me, Song Shuhang explained. Still, you're quite amusing, Loa said with a smile. She took the strap of money and said, in that case, you can consider the transaction to be over. As for the remaining money, don't mention it. Otherwise, I will get angry. All right, thanks, Song Shuhang said earnestly. From the looks of it, this Miss Loa didn't seem to be someone that lacked money. Now, Song Shuhang owned a favor and had to bear it in mind. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After Song Shuhang returned to his seat, Tubo stared at the pearl in his hand and asked, Shuhang, what is that thing? I don't know, Song Shuhang replied. You still bought it even if you don't know? Tubo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's something very valuable. I'm sure of it, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Then, he cautiously stored the pearl in his clothes. But right at this time, bang! The front door of the dining room was pushed open. A figure quickly barged into the dining room and trotted next to Song Shuhang. Senior Song, I finally found you, the figure said with a smile as it grabbed Song Shuhang's arm. Senior Song, let's go. Senior White told me to come over and pick you up. The Cultivator's Street Market is about to start. Eh? Soft Feather? Wait a moment, I'm still eating. Song Shuhang called out. There is no time, we have to go immediately. Soft Feather grabbed Song Shuhang and started to run. Soft Feather had already reached the peak of the third stage, and Song Shuhang had no means to resist her. Therefore, he was dragged along just like that Tilda. After running up to the entrance of the dining room, Soft Feather suddenly thought of something. She turned her head around and waved at Gao Mumu, Tubo, and the others, saying, Right, I remember you. You are Senior Song's roommates, right? Ha ha ha, Senior Song and I have a matter we need to attend to. Therefore, we'll leave first. In a while, I'll look for you so that we can have some fun together. After saying this much, she didn't wait for Gao Mumu and the others to reply and run away while dragging Song Shuhang along. Gao Mumu. Tubo. There is something wrong. Tubo pounded the table and shouted, Isn't that girl with long legs the one that Song Shuhang said was his other elder sister? Why was she calling him senior? She must be his girlfriend, right? Yuri said. After looking at the interaction between Song Shuhang and her, I'm sure that their relationship isn't that of an elder sister and a younger brother. Both an elder sister and a senior, huh? Is it possible that she and Song Shuhang are having fun while role-playing between lovers? Role-playing between lovers? Like, today she's an elder sister, and tomorrow she will become someone of the younger generation? And after a few days, she'll become his secretary, and so on? I can't believe that Song Shuhang would play such a shameful game, Gao Mumu said as he clenched his teeth. He and Yuri hadn't ever done something like this. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Soft Feather dragged Song Shuhang along and reached the seashore. Then, she climbed on the water scooter. Senior Song, get on. I'll drive. Soft Feather said excitedly. Song Shuhang probed, Do you know how to drive? Of course. It was me who drove all the way here. Soft Feather smiled and said, Senior Song, don't look down on me. Whether it's a plane or a car, as long as it's a means of transportation, I can drive it. Anyway, hold tight onto me. The speed might be a bit fast. Song Shuhang cautiously stretched out his hand and grabbed the corner of Soft Feather's clothes. Then, Soft Feather started operating the water scooter. And its speed truly shocked Song Shuhang, it was going at 20 kilometers per hour at most. Was this what Soft Feather meant by the speed might a bit fast? Ah. The formation expired, Soft Feather said disgruntled. These modern means of transportation are very fragile. After you add a formation to them and it expires, they turn into scrap. They aren't as durable as hand-guided tractors. Anyway, forget it. There is not that much of a distance. We might as well proceed slowly. Ahaha, it's fine. Going slowly is very safe. Song gave the thumbs up. It was truly great that this thing wasn't going super fast. Right, Senior Song. Senior White told me to return this phone to you. The modification process has been completed. As long as you're on Earth, you'll be able to receive signal unless a powerful formation is causing interference. Soft Feather turned her body around and delivered the smartphone to Song Shuhang. The modification process has been completed? So fast? Song Shuhang said as he received his mobile phone. It was like meeting a family member once again. Since the speed of the vehicle wasn't too fast, Song Shuhang relaxed and swiped on the screen of the phone, opening the 9 Provinces #1 group. Ding! System notification, Spirit Butterfly Island. Soft Feather shared an MP3 file. Soft Feather, what did you share? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. But in the meantime, he had already clicked on the MP3 file. It's that song Senior Creation sang earlier. I felt that it was very pleasant to hear. Therefore, I recorded it and shared it within the group, Soft Feather replied without turning her head. Song Shuhang. Mom. I have to quickly turn it off before the music starts. However, his slow reaction speed disease flared up once again. Although he clicked several times, he failed to stop the music from playing. Why is my goddamn hand so useless? In the next moment. Ding dong tilde la 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 tilde. It's easy to dodge an open spear tilde. But hard to ward off a hidden arrow tilde. I'm standing on top of the city walls tilde. Looking downward at the attackers at the gate tilde. Ooh a tilde. The unique voice that belonged to Dharma King Creation, the Soul King, exploded. July 22 th, 2019. Monday, the weather was clear. Fellow Daoist Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman died. Luckily, this time he heard the voice of the Soul King through a recording, and there wasn't any sound wave attack. This allowed fellow Daoist Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman to die in a rather peaceful manner without suffering too much. He managed to find fortune amidst misfortune. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. However, Song Shuhang wasn't the only one to die this time. In the 9 Provinces #1 group. Island Master Chen Chuenkong, my HP bar is already empty. Vice Island Master Chen Chenwei, I died in action together with my stupid elder brother. Treasure Forging Heavenly Mansions Yangzan, my are my ears. Fairy Firefly, no, I can't die yet. I have to do a favor to all humanity. At Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, at True Monarch Yellow Mountain, at Deluo Sect's True Monarch Rain Moon, at Xian Nu Sect Skylark, at Su Clan 7, come out. You absolutely can't miss this beautiful song. Very soon, several seniors popped out after they were summoned. 15 seconds later, system notification, Fairy Firefly was muted by the administrator of the group, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, for 1 day. System notification, Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather was muted by the administrator of the group, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, for 1 day. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, damn it, Dharma King Creation's voice exploded so suddenly that I wasn't able to guard in the least. The poor ears of this venerable. Fairy Firefly, did fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless hack into your account or something? Stressed by a mountain of books. At the same time, Song Shuhang poked Soft Feather and said, Soft Feather, you were muted. Eh? Why? I didn't do anything bad. Who muted me? Soft Feather said resentfully. It was Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Song Shuhang said with a bitter smile on his face. Why did he mute me? Soft Feather called out. The reason is that MP3 file you sent earlier, Song Shuhang replied. Why is that? It was such a spicy and pleasant to hear music. I was so good to share it with the seniors in the group, and they didn't even appreciate it, Soft Feather said as she pouted her lips, her expression unhappy. Song Shuhang. A spicy and pleasant to hear music? Did Soft Feather's music-related cell develop the wrong way? From which viewpoint can she like such a fearsome song? Soft Feather kept pouting her lips and firmly swore, the next time, I absolutely won't share good music with the seniors. After hearing these words, Song Shuhang felt quite relieved. At the same time, he swiped on the screen of his smartphone and gazed at the venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue who had just sent a message. He couldn't help but recall that dream from yesterday where the disciple of the Thousand Hand sect, Shi Lan, was exploring venerable sixth cultivator of true virtue's grave. Was there any relationship between venerable sixth cultivator of true virtue and venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue? Did venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue really have 5 senior brothers and sisters named first, second, third, fourth, and fifth cultivator of true virtue? After pondering for a while, Song Shuhang decided to send a message in the 9 Provinces #1 group. Stressed by a mountain of books, senior seventh cultivator of true virtue, do you know a certain venerable sixth cultivator of true virtue? Song Shuhang quickly received a reply after he sent the message. It was the always online holy warrior, Northern River's loose cultivator. Eh? Little friend Song Shuhang knows about venerable sixth cultivator of true virtue. Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue replied almost at the same time. Little friend Shuhang, from whom did you hear about venerable sixth cultivator of true virtue? Senior seventh cultivator of true virtue, is venerable sixth cultivator of true virtue your senior brother? Song Shuhang cautiously asked. After all, he saw venerable sixth cultivator of true virtue's grave. If they were really fellow apprentices, wouldn't it mean that venerable sixth cultivator of true virtue was already dead? No, I don't have a senior brother called venerable sixth cultivator of true virtue, venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue replied. I feel relieved then. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh and said, actually, I got this information from a disciple of the Thousand Hand sect I met yesterday. This disciple of the Thousand Hand sect once explored the grave of venerable sixth cultivator of true virtue. In other words, venerable sixth cultivator of true virtue should be already dead. Ooh, so it was venerable sixth cultivator of true virtue's grave. Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue quickly replied. Senior, do you know about it? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Yes, I know about it. That grave is currently located on a meteorite in space. Has anyone in the group been to venerable sixth cultivator of true virtue's grave yet? I don't think so. I remember that I've only been to the grave of true monarch fifth cultivator of true virtue, Northern River's loose cultivator replied. Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue, it should be right about time. Today, we can keep working on the ancient grave exploring session of the 9 Provinces #1 group. Which session is this one? The 13th, I think? Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue also added, then, little friend Song Shuhang, would you like to explore an ancient grave as well? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 476, Borrowing Spirit Stones. Chapter 476, Borrowing Spirit Stones. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Stressed by a mountain of books, explore an ancient grave? Moreover, Song Shuhang paid great attention to what Northern River's loose cultivator said earlier. The seniors of the group explored the grave of true monarch fifth cultivator of true virtue. If one were to add to the mix the grave of venerable sixth cultivator of true virtue and venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue, no one would believe that there wasn't any relationship between these 3. Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue sent another message in the 9 Provinces #1 group. Immortal caves, ruins, and ancient graves are the right places to explore if cultivators wish for fortuitous encounters. Inside a lot of graves belonging to ancient cultivators, one can find the heritage that these cultivators left behind. Therefore, taking risks and exploring ancient graves is something that cultivators absolutely can't miss. Little friend Shuhang, do you want to give it a try as well? I would like to very much, but when are you going to explore the grave? Song Shuhang asked. After all, he had a few matters to take care in the near future. Before going into space, he wanted to go to the territory of the Chu family together with Sima Jiang. His ghost spirit was still stuck inside the express delivery box and didn't want to come out. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue, as for the time. I've heard that little friend Song Shuhang is going to space for 1 month, is that correct? Ha ha, ha ha. Song Shuhang typed. In that case, I'll contact you after you return from space. Right, isn't there a cultivator's street market going on next to you guys? Get a few items that are useful for exploring graves. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said. Items that are useful to explore graves? For example? Song Shuhang asked. They weren't going to get shovels, and so just as ordinary grave robbers, right? It's up to you. However, ancient graves are usually dark, have layers upon layers of defensive mechanisms, and all sorts of deadly poisons. As long as you prepare a few things that can help you deal with unexpected matters, it's all good, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said. Song Shuhang silently sent a nodding emoji. I'll meet you in space when the time comes, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. All right, Senior, Song Shuhang replied. Regardless of what relationship there was between Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue and a Venerable Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, he would find out at the time. At the same time, he thought of another matter. In the memories of the disciple of the Thousand Hand sect, Shi Lan, it didn't seem as though the grave of Venerable Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue was in space. Although the whole graveyard was pixelated, the disciple of the Thousand Hand sect didn't have any special defense around his body and was breathing normally. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Senior Song, we're here. Soft Feather stopped the water scooter. This time, the cultivator's street market was held on the water. It wasn't really on the surface of the water but on a huge plank. Song Shuhang estimated that the length and width of this plank were both 1,000 meters. Above this plank were engraved several magical runes and all kinds of formations. Even though it was day, the light emitted from runes and formations was incomparably dazzling. Song Shuhang jumped down from the water scooter and gently stepped on the plank, saying, "Is this some sort of treasure?" "This is the floor of the Immortal Palace from Venerable Tornado's sect," Softfeather replied. "What?" Song Shuhang stared at the 1,000 meters long and wide plank. This was a floor? Who would need such a floor? A giant that was 2,000 meters tall? Softfeather smiled and explained, Venerable Tornado's sect, the Realm Crossing sect, is specialized in space-type magical techniques. The Realm Crossing sect has been building a colossal palace since 200 years ago. According to their plans, they would usually keep the Immortal Palace in a state where it shrunk by 1,000 times through a magical technique. In times of need, they would remove the above-mentioned space-type magical technique and have its size suddenly increase by 1,000 times, turning into a fortress. However, the Realm Crossing sect was only able to prepare the foundation up until now, and even the plank they have to place on the floor is only half prepared. This time, the cultivator's street market just happened to need a platform that could be positioned on the surface of the sea. Therefore, Venerable Tornado borrowed the floor from his sect and released its original form over here, Softfeather replied. Just in this fashion, this gigantic floor that had a size of 1,000 by 1,000 meters became the platform on which the cultivator's street market was held. Afterward, these cultivators that had come from all sides set up their stalls on the huge plank according to the rules. Some cultivators just sat on the ground and used a piece of cloth as their stall. Others had prepared earlier and set up exquisite counters. Some had even built small buildings. The street market was finally open, and it was incredibly lively. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After stepping on the plank, Song Shuhang saw a stall on the side that was surrounded by several cultivators. Song Shuhang curiously went over and shot a glance at the goods this stall was selling. This stall was selling things of the size of a pigeon's egg. One could also faintly see shadows moving within them. These things that resembled the eggs of a pigeon were divided into several types. Some of them could be bought with spirit stones of the second stage, others with spirit stones of the third stage, etc., until reaching the fifth stage. Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Eh? What are these things? Soft Feather likewise squeezed through the crowd and shot a glance at the goods, saying, "This is a characteristic stall that would appear every year in the cultivator's street market. These things are called spirit pearls and are treasures related to spirit beasts. After getting their hands on spirit pearls, cultivators don't need to refine them and can eat them directly. The effects will be different according to the quality of the spirit pearl. It's an item that can increase a cultivator's true chi or spiritual energy, and just like medicinal pills, it's a treasure that can assist in one's practice. A few sects specialized in raising spirit beasts can obtain a lot of these spirit pearls every year. However, spirit pearls are marvelous objects. Spirit pearls of the same rank are perfectly identical when seen from the outside, and there isn't any difference amongst them. Only after a cultivator eats them will they know by how much their true chi or spiritual energy increased. In other words, the effects these things would have to completely depend on one's luck. It's just like drawing lots." Song Shuhang understood. If one's luck was good, they could spend a spirit stone and obtain an increase in spiritual energy several times, if not tens of times, higher than the original amount stored within the spirit stone. But if one's luck wasn't good, they would surely suffer a loss. Yes, that's it. However, these things aren't too expensive. Therefore, there will be a lot of people at each year's street market that will buy them and join in the fun. Moreover, they taste really good. I like the flavor a lot, Soft Feather said with a smile. Then, she arrived next to the stall and used 10 spirit stones of the 4th stage to buy 10 spirit pearls of the 4th rank, and for spirit stones of the 2nd stage to buy for spirit pearls of the 2nd rank. She delivered the for spirit pearls of the 2nd rank to Song Shuhang and said, "Senior Song, come and have a taste. Their flavor is pretty good." Song Shuhang took the spirit pearl and bit it. The flavor was indeed good. It felt as though one was eating chocolate. After he swallowed it down, the interior of his dantian became hot, and the quantity of true qi increased. Song Shuhang had never used spirit stones to practice. Therefore, he had no idea if the increase in true qi was higher or lower than that of a spirit stone. Now then, this is a stall where one can only rely on their luck, so if Senior White were to come here and choose a few spirit pearls, he would surely get the good ones, right? Song Shuhang said with a smile. But I don't really like the taste of spirit pearls. I find it somewhat bitter. But if you want to buy them, I can choose some for you. How about it, Shuhang? Venerable White appeared beside Song Shuhang out of nowhere and said as he held his chin. Eh? Senior White, you finished so quickly? Song Shuhang said. I just had to show my face at the inauguration of the cultivator's street market. I'm not in charge of the other matters, Venerable White said as he squatted beside the stall and waved at Song Shuhang, saying, "How many spirit stones do you have with you?" Song Shuhang checked his whole property. Senior White decided to give him 3 spirit stones as a consolation prize after the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group killed the blood demon. Then, he found 2 ugly things that resembled spirit stones on the bodies of the sea urchin warriors. Afterward, he found another 10 spirit stones while he was exploring Shilan's underground smelted cave. That's it? Don't you have more? Venerable White held the spirit stones and stared at Song Shuhang. I don't. Song Shuhang shook his head. Shuhang, you are really poor, aren't you? Venerable White said. Forgive me for being poor. Song Shuhang had tears streaming down his face. Moreover, he had obtained all these spirit stones in the past 2 days. Before that, Song Shuhang didn't even know what spirit stones were. After all, it hadn't been long since he had become a cultivator. 3 spirit stones of the 4th stage, 10 spirit stones of the 3rd stage, 2 spirit stones of the 2nd stage, just enough to buy 402 spirit pearls of the 2nd rank, Venerable White said as he handed the spirit stones to the stall vendor. Eh? You're spending all of them? Song Shuhang asked. This was the cultivator's street market, and he had come here to join in the fun and broaden his horizon. But now, he was going to spend all this property as soon as he set foot in this place. There is no use in keeping these spirit stones, and moreover, it's rather troublesome to use spirit stones to practice while in the second stage. It's better if you just eat spirit pearls. The taste is not that bad, and you can fill your belly as well. After you go into space and become sick of eating fasting pills, you can eat spirit pearls for a change in menu, Venerable White said. Senior White was very thoughtful. He had already thought of what would happen after he was in space. For some reason, Song Shuhang's eyes started to tear up. How nice would it be if Senior White could change this 1-month trip in space into a mere half-a-month trip? Venerable White picked a small basket and grabbed the spirit pearls of the second rank, starting to throw them inside the basket. Very soon, the small basket was full. A total of 402 spirit pearls. Venerable White gave the small basket to Song Shuhang and said, "Eat them when you have free time. After you finish the contents of the basket, the quantity of true inside your second dantian would increase by almost 1%. After eating so many spirit pearls, it will increase by only 1%. Song Shuhang muttered. Venerable White said, "You should be happy. If you were to directly use spirit stones to cultivate, all those spirit stones wouldn't have increased the true qi inside your dantian by even 0.1%. After saying this much, Venerable White stretched himself and followed behind Soft Feather, who had gone toward the depths of the street market. Such being the case, did I just profit 10 times? Song Shuhang stored the small basket inside the size-reducing purse and quickly followed after Venerable White. In the rear, the corner of the stall vendor's mouth twitched. In other words, Venerable White had made a profit of more than 10 times just by casually grabbing things at his stall. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Venerable White carried Song Shuhang along and proceeded toward the depths of the cultivator's street market and introduced to him the various goods they saw along the way. There were lifelike medicinal pills, and some spirit herbs could even roar like wild beasts to confuse other living creatures. For example, Song Shuhang saw a herb called Tiger King herb that could continuously roar like a tiger. Also, there were all types of godly weapons and medicinal pills. There were also several types of armors and talismans. After seeing all these things, Song Shuhang was dazzled. Sometimes, Venerable White would also squat beside some of the stalls and briefly stare at some of the treasures displayed. But he would ultimately shake his head. He wasn't interested in buying these treasures. But right at that time, the rich Miss Soft Feather, who was following behind Venerable White, would wave the bank check, would wave her spirit stones and buy all the treasures that Senior White had taken a liking to. As long as the stall vendor didn't increase the price of the item by more than 20% after Venerable White stared at it, Soft Feather would buy it. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. While the three of them were shopping, Song Shuhang saw a stall that was selling shining white rice. They sell rice as well here? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. That's spirit rice. Actually, it's ordinary rice that was cultivated with the water from a spiritual spring. The ashes of spirit beasts were used as fertilizer, and so on until it changed into spirit rice. It's very useful to strengthen the qi and blood of the disciples of the first stage. Even ordinary people can eat it a bit. However, the stall here only sells the ordered goods wholesale, Venerable White said. If you want, you can order some spirit rice for your family members. This sentence hit Song Shuhang's soft spot. Since he stepped on the road of cultivation, he was trying his best to give some advantages to his family members as well. But up until now, he was able to give them only a little bit of spirit green tea. In that case, I'll go over and ask. Song Shuhang arrived next to the stall. Boss, how much is the spirit rice here? The price is the same all over the world. A spirit stone of the first stage for 1 packet of spirit rice. However, we sell wholesale here. Therefore, you have to order at least 100,000 packets of spirit rice. The owner of the stall was a middle-aged man wearing white clothes. His smile was simple and honest. What? 100,000 packets? Song Shuhang took a deep breath through his nose. However, he immediately understood the reason. The man before his eyes was used to doing business with sects and schools, and the quantity of spirit rice a small sect could consume probably numbered in tens of thousands of packets. Cultivators of the first stage needed to accumulate a lot of qi and blood, and their appetite was especially big. Venerable White arrived next to Song Shuhang and said with a laugh, "Shuhang, do you lack spirit stones?" "Senior, don't you know this already?" Song Shuhang said. All the spirit stones he had were used to buy spirit pearls. But even if he hadn't used them, the total number of spirit stones he would have after the conversion was, for spirit stones of the fourth stage. They were nowhere near enough to buy 100,000 packets of spirit rice. "Forget it. I'll look around and see if there is a retail stall that sells spirit rice," Song Shuhang said. "No one in the cultivators' street market sells spirit rice retail," Venerable White said with a smile. "If you want to buy retail, you would have to go to a loose cultivator. But the price will be high." Song Shuhang: "It's fine. I'll lend you some money." "After the conversion, the price is a spirit stone of the sixth stage," Venerable White said. "If one only considers the debt to be of one spirit stone of the sixth stage, it doesn't seem too big. After all, a spirit stone of the sixth stage and 100,000 spirit stones of the first stage were two completely different concepts. However, it still won't do." Song Shuhang shook his head and said, 100,000 packets of spirit rice are too much. You simply can't finish eating them." He only wanted to give some of this spirit rice to Papa Song and Mama Song. At most, he would give another share to his relatives and friends he was on good terms with, as well as to his friends in the dormitory. But 100,000 packets were just too much. Therefore, he felt that it was better to purchase it from a loose cultivator at this point. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 477, Another Spirit Beast Crystal. Chapter 477, Another Spirit Beast Crystal. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. 1 packet of spirit rice was enough for Song Shuhang's family of 3 to eat for 1 month, therefore, 100,000 packets would last for 100,000 months. If one were to convert them into years, all those packets would last for more than 8,000 years. China had approximately a history of 5,000 years. These 100,000 packets of spirit rice could allow his family to eat from the day China's history started up until now. Even then, they would still have a lot of rice left. At this pace, wouldn't it last for like 100 lifetimes? After seeing that Song Shuhang was scared by this amount of 100,000 packets of spirit rice, the corner of the vendor's mouth twitched. Afterward, he laughed foolishly and said, "Cough, little brother. For Venerable White's sake, I can decrease the minimum number of packets you can order." The minimum number of packets of spirit rice he would sell was usually 100,000. He wasn't too fond of selling it in small quantities and make so little profit. However, he also had to take into consideration whom he was dealing with. The opposite party was Venerable White, and if he could establish a good relationship with him, it would be completely worth it to decrease the minimum number of packets. "Really? To what extent can it be decreased?" Song Shuhang asked happily. "To 10,000 packets, I think." The vendor of the spirit rice stall felt that he was already being quite generous. He decreased the amount by 10 times in one go. According to his mentality, 10,000 packets was his bottom line. If he were to decrease even further, it would be like selling retail. However, 10,000 packets were still too much for Song Shuhang. At this time, Venerable White said, "Don't worry, Shuhang. You can gift some of this spirit rice to your relatives and friends. Otherwise, you can just resell the extra amount. Some loose cultivators or organizations established by loose cultivators are really in need of spirit rice. You can make quite a profit from it. Additionally, 10,000 packets cost only 1 spirit stone of the 5th stage. It's quite a reasonable price. So one can use it like that too." Song Shuhang understood. But soon after, he still forced a smile and said, "However, 10,000 packets are still too much. Also, he wasn't planning to have that much contact with other loose cultivators within a short period of time. Reselling spirit rice to unknown loose cultivators wasn't too suitable for the current him. In that case, little friend, how many packets would you like to buy? The corner of stall vendor's mouth twitched. 1,000? Song Shuhang blinked his eyes. At first, he wanted to say a 100. But after seeing the smile of the stall vendor twitch continuously, he decided to add another digit to his original statement. 1,000 packets of spirit rice? The vendor of the spirit rice stall didn't know what to say and was currently speechless. Was he really going to turn into a retail seller of spirit rice? But after shooting a glance at the nearby Senior White, he clenched his teeth. Little fellow Daoist, I'll treat you as a friend, and if you want 1,000 packets, I'll give you 1,000 packets. The vendor of the spirit rice stall clenched his teeth and continued, for a 1,000 packets of spirit rice, it's 1 spirit stone of the 4th stage. Senior White, I'll borrow a spirit stone of the 4th stage from you. Song Shuhang said heroically. Venerable White laughed and took out a spirit stone of the 4th stage, giving it to the stall vendor. Thanks for your patronage, Tilda. Can you tell me the address where I should send the goods? After this session of the street market comes to an end, I'll send 1,000 packets of spirit rice to your address, the stall vendor said as he tried to squeeze out a friendly and honest smile. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment. Wait a moment, which address should I send these goods to? 1,000 packets of spirit rice. I surely can't have them delivered to my house. They would literally fill the whole place. You don't have an address where you can send them? Venerable White asked out of curiosity as he looked at Song Shuhang. Yes. Song Shuhang nodded. Let me see. Venerable White took out his mobile phone and sent a message in the 9 Provinces #1 group. Which fellow Daoist has a clean and empty storehouse in Wenju City? I need a place to accommodate 1,000 packets of spirit rice. Very soon, a fellow Daoist contacted Venerable White privately. It was Fairy Firefly who had been recently muted. Therefore, she had no choice but to contact Venerable White through private means. Senior White, I have an empty multi-storied building in Wenju. It should be enough to accommodate 1,000 packets of spirit rice. I'll immediately send you the address. Very soon, Fairy Firefly sent the address of the multi-storied building to Venerable White. Done, Venerable White said with a smile. Then, he wrote down the address of Fairy Firefly's empty multi-storied building on the form. After making sure that the address was correct, the vendor of the spirit rice stall said with an honest smile on his face, it was a pleasure to do business with you, Tilda. At the same time, he delivered them his business card. Rather than that transaction of 1,000 packets of spirit rice, delivering his business card to Venerable White was much more important. As long as he delivered his business card to Senior White, he would be able to form some karma with him. Afterward, if Venerable White was in need of spirit rice or other similar things, he would think of this business card and contact him, making his business prosper. It was my pleasure. Venerable White smiled and put the business card away. On the other hand, the real buyer, Song Shuhang, was completely ignored. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Now I owe Venerable White a spirit stone of the 4th stage. Song Shuhang thought to himself. After they were done buying spirit rice. Come with me. Venerable White smiled and said to Song Shuhang and Soft Feather, now, I'll bring you to a certain place. There, you'll find things that are very suitable for you guys. After saying this much, Venerable White brought the duo toward the center of the street market. Very soon, the 3 of them arrived in front of a stall. However, there wasn't any person around the stall, and there were no items there either. Eh? The stall is empty? Venerable White gazed at the empty stall and slightly furrowed his brows. Then, he asked the vendor of a nearby stall, fellow Daoist, can you tell me where did the vendor of this stall go? Eh? Senior White, hello. As for that empty stall here, it's been empty all along, I think, said the vendor of the nearby stall. From what he remembered, that stall had been empty from the beginning. TSK, he escaped, so stingy, Venerable White muttered to himself. Although it was unknown what had happened, it seemed that the vendor of the stall got scared by Venerable White and quickly fled after gathering his goods. There are actually businessmen that are scared of their customers? Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Soon after, he shot a glance at the goods of the stall vendor that replied just now. The goods of this stall were very variegated. There were weapons, armors, medicinal pills, talismans, and so on. After glancing at all the goods, Song Shuhang's vision quickly fell onto a jewel. He felt a burst of spiritual energy come from this jewel, and it was different than the pure spiritual energy inside spirit stones. The spiritual energy inside this jewel was mixed with the aura of animals. This feeling again? Aside from the different outward appearance, this jewel and the pearl hanging around that businesswoman's neck gave Song Shuhang the same feeling. Song Shuhang pointed at the jewel and asked, "What is this thing?" "It's a good thing," the stall vendor said with a warm smile. Then, he started explaining, "This thing is called Spirit Beast Crystal. Whenever the life of a spirit beast is about to end, there is a small chance that a crystal will form inside its body, and the whole spiritual energy of the spirit beast will converge inside it. It's an excellent item. Yes, it's indeed an excellent item, to appreciate." Soft Feather's head popped out from behind Song Shuhang. Afterward, she said with a smile, "Although there is a bit of beast aura mixed within, the spiritual energy inside these spirit beast crystals is very pure and not too inferior compared to spirit stones. But it's regrettable that the spiritual energy inside spirit beast crystals can't be extracted, and one has no choice but to eat the crystal." Ha ha tilde, the stall vendor made a hollow laugh. "How many spirit stones for it?" Venerable White asked. "1 spirit stone of the 4th stage, the stall vendor quickly replied. "I'll lend it to you." Venerable White stretched 2 fingers toward Song Shuhang and said, "Now, you owe me 2 spirit stones of the 4th stage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 478, No problem, I'm in no way in a hurry. Chapter 478, No problem, I'm in no way in a hurry. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. There was not much difference between owing 1 spirit stone or 2. In the end, he still owed something. He would surely return these 2 spirit stones of the 4th stage in the future. Therefore, Song Shuhang nodded and said, "All right." The stall vendor quickly delivered the spirit beast crystal to Song Shuhang and took the spirit stone of the 4th stage from Venerable White's hands. The rarer a thing was, the more it was worth. But while spirit beast crystals were rare goods, they were quite useless and thus difficult to sell. "Fellow Daoist, can I ask you to which spirit beast does this crystal belong to?" Song Shuhang asked as he held the jewel-like spirit beast crystal between his hands. "It's a tiger crystal. It's a spirit beast crystal that comes from a spirit beast that belongs to the family of tigers," the stall vendor said. "A tiger crystal? Why did this tiger crystal resonate with me, making me feel as though I had to get it at all costs?" Just as he was thinking, Song Shuhang took out the pearl he bought from the businesswoman earlier and asked, "Fellow Daoist, do you know to which spirit beast does this crystal belong to? This little fellow Daoist likes collecting spirit beast crystals. Had I known earlier, I would have increased the price of the tiger crystal a little. No, I can't do that. Being greedy is bad." The stall vendor took the precious pearl from Song Shuhang's hands and after examining it for a while, he said, "If I'm not mistaken, this spirit beast crystal should belong to a spirit beast that comes from the family of turtles. The spirit beast crystals of spirit beasts of the snake and turtle category have the shape of a pearl. However, the aura mixed within this spirit beast crystal is more similar to that of a turtle." "Thank you." Song Shuhang nodded and received his spirit beast crystal. A tiger-type spirit beast crystal, and a turtle-type spirit beast crystal, why did they resonate with me? What special relationship is there between me, turtles, and tigers? Song Shuhang put in order his thoughts and made a list of all his goods and cultivation techniques, then, he immediately thought of something, the 33 Divine Beasts technique. It was the only thing on his body that had something to do with beasts. It was a unique cultivation technique that could allow one to condense pseudo-innate true qi after the birth. There were 33 different cultivation methods included in this technique, and Song Shuhang chose to practice the huge whales technique amongst them. Aside from whales, tigers and turtles were also amongst the 33 beasts related to this technique. Is the 33 divine beasts technique the reason these two spirit beast crystals resonated with me? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Venerable White brought Song Shuhang and Soft Feather along and kept strolling through the street market. Senior White, are there other places that sell spirit beast crystals in this street market? Song Shuhang asked. He wanted to know whether or not his guess was correct. If all the spirit beast crystals belonging to animals related to the 33 divine beasts technique resonated with him, he would be 50% sure that his guess was correct. And if he were to find spirit beast crystals of animals that weren't related to the 33 divine beasts technique, he could have a try and see if they resonated with him. If they didn't, he would have definitive proof that his guess was correct. I think we'll find more if we keep strolling through the street market, Venerable White said with a smile. Do you have something in mind? Yeah. I think there might be a relationship between the spirit beast crystals and the cultivation technique Senior White taught me, Song Shuhang said in a low voice. Venerable White thought for a moment. Soon after, a circular golden rune flashed through his eyes. That golden rune was a section of the 33 divine beasts technique. At this time, Venerable White was analyzing that section of the technique. After a short while, Venerable White faintly nodded. It might be possible, let's keep looking around. We might find other spirit beast crystals. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After 1 hour and a half. After the trio visited all the stalls once, they obtained a total of 7 spirit beast crystals. These spirit beast crystals were of the following types: rabbit, sheep, deer, dog, bear, horse, and crane. Those sects specialized in raising spirit beasts would raise these types of beasts most of the time. Therefore, the most common and easily found spirit beast crystals in street markets were of these 7 types. If we were to add these 7 spirit stones to the count as well, Song Shuhang now owed Senior White a total of 9 spirit stones of the 4th stage. Little by little, his debt was slowly increasing. Aside from these, Venerable White and Song Shuhang found other types of spirit beast crystals as well, like those belonging to bees and butterflies. These 2 types of spirit beasts were also largely raised by cultivators. However, just as Song Shuhang expected, these 2 types of spirit beast crystals didn't resonate with him. Butterflies and bees weren't amongst the 33 animals related to the 33 divine beasts technique. With that, we are now sure that these spirit beast crystals are related to the 33 divine beasts technique. Perhaps it's another method you can use to condense pseudo-innate true qi. Venerable White said. Question mark. Song Shuhang looked at Senior White in puzzlement. Since the beginning, the one in charge of developing the cultivation technique was Venerable White. Song Shuhang was just in charge of practicing it. Earlier, Venerable White obtained the first 2 volumes of the technique from that person behind the organization of assassins, the 33 Divine Beast sect. After revising and improving it, he passed it on to Song Shuhang. After practicing the huge whale chapter of the technique, a needle-shaped stream of true qi had already condensed in Song Shuhang's dantian, standing upright right in the center. This needle-shaped stream of true qi was the embryonic form of the pseudo-innate true qi. However, they didn't have any idea on how to turn this embryonic form of true qi into pseudo-innate true qi. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Shuhang, do you remember those several assassins from the 33 Divine Beast sect? Each of them practiced the chapter related to a particular beast, Venerable White said with a smile. Song Shuhang nodded. He remembered particularly well that whale 8 who practiced the huge whale chapter just like him. He had tears streaming down his face as he thought of the cruel and deadly hug of that man. While he was experiencing Choo Choo's life in the dream, he also got a good taste of that deadly hug. However, there wasn't any embryonic form of true qi inside the bodies of those assassins, right? Venerable White said with a laugh. Song Shuhang nodded. He still remembered that when Venerable White mentioned the matter about the pseudo-innate true chi to Whale 8, the latter had a dumbfounded expression on his face. From the looks of it, he didn't know that the cultivation technique he was practicing could condense pseudo-innate true chi. The cultivation technique they were practicing was modified, just like the 2 volumes that the person behind the 33 Divine Beasts sect gave us. Venerable White continued his explanation. Those guys were being trained up as true chi seeds. Although the 33 Divine Beasts technique had the words and 33 Divine Beasts in its name, one person couldn't practice all the 33 different chapters of the technique. However, if they wanted to condense that stream of pseudo-innate true chi, they still needed to combine the true chi of the 33 beasts into one. In ancient times, when the 33 Divine Beasts sect was at its peak, they surely had some secret technique to let their disciples combine the true chi of the 33 beasts into one. Perhaps they had 33 disciples cooperate and have the 33 types of cultivations unite in one body through a secret technique. Or perhaps they relied on external tools to unite the true chi as one. However, this ancient school had already declined, and the method to unite the true chi was also incomplete. Thereupon, this person pulling strings behind the scenes thought of a way. They trained 30 or so disciples and had them practice a chapter of the 33 Divine Beasts technique each. However, these chapters had undergone a modification, and each of the disciples turned into a seed of the 33 Divine Beasts technique. That person behind the scenes only needed to wait until the conditions were ripe to gobble down the origin true chi inside their body. At first, this was nothing but Venerable White's conjecture. However, when that person behind the scenes ransomed their subordinates, they made a circle around all the captured subordinates before choosing the 3 to take away. While they were making a circle around the subordinates, they quietly swallowed down the origin true chi inside the bodies of the subordinates. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. However, that person behind the scenes didn't know that Venerable White had secretly tampered with the true chi inside the bodies of subordinates. Given the time, it should be just about time that the origin true chi they gobbled up starts showing problems. Venerable White was now waiting for the opposite party to contact them again and seize the opportunity to get the complete version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique, as well as the method to combine the pseudo-innate true chi. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. But from the looks of it, these spirit beast crystals seem to be the secret to merge the innate true chi into one. Perhaps these spirit beast crystals could substitute for those true chi seeds? If that was really the case, Song Shuhang could try to condense the innate true chi once he had obtained the merging method and gathered the 33 different types of spirit beast crystals. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In that case, should I try my best to collect as many spirit beast crystals as possible? Song Shuhang had now 9 spirit beast crystals. He still needed quite a lot to gather all 33. Collecting as many spirit beast crystals as possible. You have to condense the innate true chi inside your body before you reach the 3rd stage Battle King realm. Venerable White nodded and said, after I'm done exploring those ancient ruins together with the other fellow Taoists from the 9 provinces number 1 group, I'll get the complete version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique and study it. Therefore, Shuhang, you should take advantage of this period of time to gather the spirit beast crystals with all your might. No problem. Song Shuhang said as he clenched his fist. Next, let's take another look around and see which things might come in handy during your 1-month trip in space, Venerable White said as he narrowed his eyes. Song Shuhang. Senior, a month is just too much. We should make good use of our time. No, that wasn't it. What I meant was, how about reducing the time? For example, half a month. Song Shuhang begged. A real man can't go back on his word. Venerable White turned his head around and said, we agreed earlier that it would be 1 month, so it will be 1 month. Not a minute less. Song Shuhang braced himself and asked, then, when will I have to go to space? Venerable White gave the thumbs up and said, I'll send you there once this session of the street market is over. Don't worry, I've already developed a new type of disposable flying sword. After delivering you into space, it will automatically bring you back in 1 month. There won't be any problems. Senior, is it possible to delay the trip by a few days? Song Shuhang said hurriedly. My ghost spirit is currently stuck inside the express delivery box of the ancestor of the Chu family and doesn't want to come out. How about waiting until I deliver the express delivery box to the ancestor of the Chu family together with little Jiang? So that was it. Venerable White held his chin and said, however, I'll head toward the ancient ruins together with the other fellow Taoists as soon as the street market is over, and I have no idea how long it'll take to explore the ruins. It seems I won't be able to deliver you to space personally. There is absolutely no problem. I'm in no way in a hurry. Not even a little bit, Song Shuhang said excitedly. That was precisely what he wanted to hear. All right, I'll need to change the plan then, Venerable White said. He would now have to revise the method to deliver Song Shuhang into space. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 479, A New and Refreshing Feeling. Chapter 479, A New and Refreshing Feeling. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. The sun was setting. The cultivator's street market finally came to an end. The whole event lasted for only one day, and many fellow Taoists wished it could last more. However, it wasn't really a problem. Although the hand-guided tractor competition was over, the flying sword competition would start soon after. Another large street market would be held after the end of the flying sword competition, and this one would last for a whole week. The fellow Taoists that weren't completely satisfied with this session would have all the time in the world to buy things at the next one. Venerable Tornado, who really liked to show off, was currently dealing with the last matters regarding the cultivator's street market. Venerable Tornado was the person in charge of this session of the cultivator's street market, and he had really enjoyed being in the limelight. As long as he had the opportunity to show off, he was ready to bear all kinds of responsibilities and burdens. At this time, in the sky, Venerable White was riding his flying sword, and behind him were following True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon, True Monarch Fallout, Great Master Profound Principle, Cave Lord Snow Wolf, Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, and True Monarch White Crane, who was so excited that it was on the verge of tears. Aside from True Monarch White Crane, the others had managed to place amongst the first 5 in this session of the hand-guided tractor competition, and they were currently heading toward the ancient ruins together with Venerable White to explore them. True Monarch White Crane was originally very disappointed that it didn't make it to the first 5. Its whole world and being had turned black and white after it was disqualified. Alright, white cranes were actually black and white to begin with. Anyway, just as True Monarch White Crane was depressed, Venerable White decided to give it an extra slot, allowing it to participate in the exploration of the ancient ruins. The reason for giving it this extra slot was that it helped Venerable White deal with that accident where Instructor Lee Jr. turned into an astronaut. True Monarch White Crane immediately regained its colors and was now beaming with joy. As expected, Senior White loves me. True Monarch White Crane firmly believed it. While they were exploring the ancient ruins, it would seize the opportunity and deepen its relationship with Senior White. If the conditions were ripe, it would try to declare its feelings to Senior White once more while inside the ancient ruins. Living people had to have goals. Otherwise, what was the difference between them and maggots? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just before leaving, Venerable White gave a wooden box to Song Shuhang. Shuhang, I'll leave this to you. This box was the same as those gifts that turned all the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group that received them into meteors that flew over here. Is this a disposable Meteor Sword 001 edition? Song Shuhang asked as he held the wooden box in his hands. Was Senior White planning to use this gadget to deliver him to space? No, this is an ordinary 10,000-mile flying escape technique. The wooden box is currently in a sealed state. After 1 month, the seal on the box will untie, and the 10,000-mile flying escape technique will bring you back to Earth, Venerable White said with a smile. As for delivering you to space, I've contacted a fellow Daoist of the 9 provinces #1 group. Fairy Firefly said she would make a trip to Wenju City during this period of time. At the time, she will conveniently deliver you to space. Why do I feel that she will conveniently deliver me to heaven instead? Song Shuhang asked, will Fairy Firefly use a flying sword to deliver me to space? I have no idea. But I know that Fairy Firefly practices a peculiar cultivation technique with very special properties. Perhaps you'll be able to enjoy a new and refreshing feeling at the time, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang. What kind of new and refreshing feeling? Song Shuhang felt quite anxious. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. There was no such thing as a banquet that lasted forever. After Venerable White left with the 6 chosen fellow Taoists, the other seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group, Venerable White's friends, as well as the fellow Taoists that had come to spectate the hand-guided tractor competition, left one after another. Even the majority of the disciples of the Chu family were escorted back to China with the cloud-shaped magical treasures. The bustling surface of the sea returned to calm once more. Only Guogui and Yu Jiaojia were left next to Song Shuhang. Great Master Profound Principle followed Venerable White and went to explore the ancient ruins. Therefore, Guogui was temporarily left to Song Shuhang. Yu Jiaojia was the same. Her father, True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon, placed first and also went to explore the ancient ruins. But there was another reason she wanted to stay beside Song Shuhang. She was looking for a certain web novel author, planning to kidnap him and close him inside a small black room. Aside from Guogui and Yu Jiaojiao, young Master Phoenix Slayer was also hiding in the surroundings, preparing to quietly take care of that black horse spirit. It's over, Song Shuhang said as he looked at the now empty surface of the sea. Next, he was planning to make a trip to the Chu family together with little Jiang. While at it, he would try to bring Jiao Mumu and his other roommates back from the small island. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang carried Yu Jiaojiao and Guogui and returned to Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman Small Island first. It was almost dusk. The natives had lit a bonfire and were dancing around it. At the same time, they were singing the alphabet song, A, O, E, Y, U. The natives were dancing and vigorously trampling the ground while singing the alphabet song and shouting loudly random sentences. No matter how one looked at the scene, it felt as though they were trying to curse someone. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. 2 hours later, a huge and luxurious cruise ship approached the shore of the small island. For Song Shuhang's sake, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman decided to escort all its teachers back home the very same day. That oath about teaching illiterate people how to write and read had been fulfilled. Actually, as soon as the teachers taught the natives proper Chinese characters instead of 7 Lives Talisman's badly written characters, the oath was already fulfilled. Since the oath was fulfilled, the natives didn't have to keep studying the Analects of Confucius. At the same time, Jiao Mumu and the other teachers weren't needed anymore and could go home ahead of time. All the teachers were extremely excited and had tears streaming down their faces. After putting their things in order, they started to board the cruise ship. The natives warmly danced around the bonfire to send off their teachers. Amongst them, many shot a glance at their master, Joseph, with regretful expressions on their faces. Tears had started to well up in their eyes. After all, they still had to completely master the peerless martial technique, the times are calling. How would they be able to take revenge without completely mastering the technique? Joseph was also thinking of staying on the island for some time to keep teaching the technique to the natives, but it was regrettable that everyone was leaving and he couldn't find any excuse to stay on the island. Therefore, Joseph had no choice but to reluctantly part with his disciples. If there is an opportunity in the future, I'll definitely come back. Teacher must come back, the native disciples called out in awkward Chinese. Joseph's daughter, Ji Shuangxue, couldn't bear it anymore and grasped her father, dragging him until the cabin of the cruise ship. The luxurious cruise ship finally set out. Sima Jiang was guarding the express delivery and looking outside the cabin. In his heart, he was praying that nothing unexpected would happen during the journey, hoping to deliver the express delivery box to Chu Kangwa without a hitch. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The cruise ship sped forward on the surface of the sea. In the sky, a black cloud was closely following after the cruise ship. Inside the black cloud, a black horse would quietly reveal half of its face and shoot a glance at the cruise ship from time to time. A little more, after the ship gets a little bit further away from the island, I'll be able to take action, the black horse spirit muttered to itself. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the depths of the sea, 10 figures completely covered in spikes sized up the cruise ship floating high up. Lock the mark. No matter the cost, we can't let them escape. All the people that have been dyed by the blood of us sea urchin warriors will use their own blood to wash away our anger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 80, Father, I want 365 DAO names. Chapter for 80, Father, I want 365 DAO names. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Song Shuhang chatted with his roommates for a long time. Afterward, night slowly started to fall, and each person returned to their room. The moonlight passed through the circular window of the room and shone on Song Shuhang's body. After completing his daily session of the True Self meditation scripture, Song Shuhang opened his eyes. Next to him, the small monk was already sleeping. Although the kid looked really cute at this time, he was a little doo-doo in disguise and was very skilled at creating troubles. Therefore, Song Shuhang decided to bring him to his own room to avoid him causing trouble for the other passengers on the cruise ship. Meanwhile, Yu Jiaojia was lying face down on the edge of the window and absorbing the essence of the moonlight. She was also painstakingly cultivating. Song Shuhang stretched himself. After he reached the second stage, the time he needed to sleep had significantly decreased. The current him was already capable of sitting in meditation all night instead of sleeping. After taking out his phone, he casually swiped on the screen and entered the 9 Provinces #1 group. Before entering the group chat, Song Shuhang changed his username to Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman. In the 9 Provinces #1 group. Not long ago, Northern River's Loose Cultivator uploaded a complete video of the hand-guided tractor competition. Therefore, the seniors of the 9 Provinces #1 group were currently discussing the hand-guided tractor competition. Consequently, they were chatting about the baboon-shaped fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless, or about the kamikaze driver fairy Dongfang. But the thing that the contestants liked the most was that formation made of 10,000 talismans that allowed all those that passed through it to gain benefits. As soon as they brought up that formation made of 10,000 talismans, Song Shuhang thought of something. Good evening, seniors. Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman wrote in the group. Can I know which senior guided me step by step and helped me break through the bottleneck of the Dragon Tail Danchen when the Great Formation entered into action? Medicine Master suddenly popped out and asked, Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman. Is this a new fellow Daoist? But given the speed of the reply, it was clear that it was Rivoli Purple Mist using Medicine Master's account. Miss Purple Mist, it's me. Song Shuhang. Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman replied. Medicine Master, eh? Your previous name, stressed by a mountain of books, was very pleasant to hear. Why did you change it? Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman, ahaha, this is the Dao name I got the day before yesterday. Medicine Master, Dao name? PFFF tilde it's very suitable for you, fellow Daoist Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman, ahaha. Miss Purple Mist wasn't too fond of comforting others. Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman. At this point, you could have named yourself Tyrannical Saber or Peerless Saber. They're both much better than this Buddhist Sabresman thing, Miss Purple Mist said. Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman, Tyrannical Saber Song 1. Medicine Master, ? Tyrannical Saber Song 1 is also my Dao name, Song Shuhang said. Medicine Master. Medicine Master, did you decide to take 2 Dao names? So that you can use one of them today and the other one the day after? You are really bored, aren't you? Miss Purple Mist, actually, I have 7 Dao names, Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman said, quite embarrassed. Medicine Master, who are tilde? Are you for real? Yes, I have 7 Dao names in total. One for each day of the week, Song Shuhang replied. You win. I'll go offline and laugh for a while. P.S. Miss Purple Mist sent a few vomiting emojis and went offline to share this happy news with Medicine Master. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang asked in the group several times, however, none of the seniors there helped him with the bottleneck of the Dragon Tail Dantian when that formation made of 10,000 talismans entered into action. Song Shuhang scratched his head in puzzlement. If it wasn't a senior of the 9 provinces #1 group that helped him, who was that person that directly spoke in his mind and guided him step by step during the breaking through process? That person didn't even leave their name behind after helping him. Was it possible that he met the Lei Feng, one of the world of cultivators? As expected, there were still many good people in the world. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Then, Song Shuhang asked something else in the group. Right. Seniors, I have another question. I was planning to collect a few spirit beast crystals in the coming days. Does any of you know where I can find them? Of the 33 types of spirit beast crystals required, Song Shuhang had only 9. Spirit beast crystals are flashy but lack substance. There shouldn't be anyone in the group that collects them, Northern River's loose cultivator replied. Sun-splitting halberd Gua Da, picture of a cute puppy. Sun-splitting halberd Gua Da, picture of the head of a dog being furiously rubbed too. After making his appearance and skillfully ridiculing himself, Sun-splitting halberd Gua Da replied, actually, there should be several fellow Taoists in the group with spirit beast crystals in their possession. For example, Cave Lord Snow Wolf. Aside from the monster wolves in his Snow Wolf cave, he adopted many spirit beasts of the wolf type. Therefore, he might have a few wolf-type spirit beast crystals in his hands. Moreover, there is also True Monarch Yellow Mountain. He has several large organizations raising spirit beasts under his control. He should also have some spirit beast crystals in his possession. However, True Monarch Yellow Mountain was currently offline, while Cave Lord Snow Wolf was taking risks inside the ancient ruins together with Venerable White and wouldn't be online within a short period of time. Thank you, Senior Gua Da. In that case, I'll wait for Senior Yellow Mountain or Senior Snow Wolf to come online and ask them, Song Shuhang said. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After replying, Song Shuhang started to rummage through the group space. Sometimes, the seniors of the group would list some missions inside the group space. After completing such a mission, one could obtain all kinds of rewards. At this time, Song Shuhang was in desperate need of spirit stones. After all, he already owned Venerable White 9 spirit stones of the 4th stage. He had to make money to repay the debt. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. The cruise ship got further and further away from the small island. Now is the time, a black horse spirit in the sky shouted. Now is the time, the sea urchin warriors in the depths of the sea said as they clenched their teeth. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the meantime, Venerable White brought along the fellow Taoists that placed amongst the first 5 in the hand-guided tractor competition, as well as True Monarch White Crane, and headed toward the ancient ruins. At this time, Venerable Spirit Butterfly was also traveling together with them. Venerable Spirit Butterfly didn't expect that Soft Feather would roll over so many contestants and place amongst the first 5 in this session of hand-guided tractor competition, qualifying for exploring the ancient ruins together with Venerable White. Although ancient ruins were full of good things, the number of dangers was even higher. Just the thought of Soft Feather entering that dangerous place was enough not to let Venerable Spirit Butterfly sleep for days. However, he was also unwilling to prevent Soft Feather from exploring the ancient ruins. After all, she had fought hard to obtain this opportunity, and he didn't want to break her heart. Ultimately, Venerable Spirit Butterfly shamelessly begged Venerable White to increase the quota of people that were going to explore the ancient ruins. At the same time, he told Liu Jiani to return to the Spirit Butterfly Island and keep a watch on the general situation. Along the way. Right, Father. There is something I need to ask of you. Soft Feather suddenly thought of something, and her eyes lit up. Afterward, she stared at Venerable Spirit Butterfly with sparkling eyes. Venerable Spirit Butterfly said with a gentle smile, "What's the matter? Father, can you give me 365 Tao names?" "Is that fine?" Soft Feather said earnestly. Venerable Spirit Butterfly was dumbfounded. "What? How many Tao names did you say?" 365 Tao names. Soft Feather said with sparkling eyes. "I want a Tao name for each day. So a total of 365 Tao names for each of the 365 days of the year, no repetitions. The Tao name Soft Feather can be conveniently saved for those leap years of 366 days. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.